know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't just spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't just spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, don't just spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't just spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't just spoon. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today? Beseku, beseku. Bada, 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 bada. Dabado. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Kua, 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 kua. Bese kua, 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 kudileo. Kua, kua, kudileo. Todo Spoon, yes, information. Todo Spoon, yes,
Okay. It's another splendid Friday evening from ODS Congo Town in Monrovia, Liberia. Welcome to another edition of your most nighttime show from ODS Congo Town, right here in Monrovia, Liberia. This is the Spoon Talk, and we are here again to drive you through until later time. I'm here with Dualu, and together we will be here until the rest of the panelists can join us. Dualu, good evening and welcome to the show.
Hi, how you doing, YKC? How's everything, my brother? Welcome to the show. We want to welcome everybody. Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear. We're going to talk Liberia, man. Today's Friday, the 9th of February. February is going very fast. So yeah, we're here to talk Liberia, guys.
Yeah, sure. This evening, today there are lots and lots of training happenings in the country, ranging from appointments to several confirmations that have been made by the Liberian Senate. So just not too long, we heard about the Liberian Senate confirming Ko Bangalu, the Minister of Youth and Sports, and Sarah Beslo Yanti. Her nomination was very, very controversial. Confirmation hearing because there was this, a question about her credentials. But finally, the Liberian Senate decided to confirm her. Wemin Horace Colley has also been confirmed as Minister of Gender, Roland Giddens as Minister of Public Works, and a lot of other appointments. Retired Major General Princey Johnson as well has been confirmed as a defense minister of the Republic of Liberia. Jolly, you've been following all of those confirmations. What's your take?
Well, nothing surprises me, Yagazi. This is Liberia, and this is normal practice, especially around the globe. Once somebody gets confirmed, I mean, actually appointed by the president, there's a high probability that they are going to be confirmed. So there's nothing surprising there. The government's taking shape. This is a good thing. Hopefully, the administration and the government arms can go to work and start doing the people's business. That's all I care about.
Are you kind of surprised about the confirmation of the foreign minister Sarah Beslow?
No, I'm not surprised. I didn't expect there will be any hiccup there. The noise was on the outside. Nothing is going to change the decision that is being made by the Senate. I don't care, even if it was to the extent that the truthfulness of what was being claimed were entirely true, she was still going to get confirmed. I don't think the Senate is going to change for anything. People, once you get appointed, most likely you will get confirmed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, and also there were appointments made today. Let me just read from the executive mansion's website. It says President Bouaka makes new appointments in government. The president of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Yuma Bouaka Senior, has appointed additional officials to positions in government affecting the Roberts Flat Information Region and the office of the president. And those appointed are Dr. Augustine Cornyn, Senior Advisor to the Office of the President, Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, Mistress Magdala Cooper, Senior Political Advisor to the Office of the President, Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, and we also have Mr. Daniel T. Johnson, Deputy Secretary General for Administrative Affairs, Roberts Flat Information Region. And these appointments take immediate effect.
Yeah, Kizi, that's what it is. We are grateful. Like I said, I want the government to take shape entirely, very quickly. I believe when the government takes shape, they can start servicing the people properly. And we expect them to do their job, man, because the Senate is working. The president is making some appointments. These appointments, most of them are very good appointments. And we're just hoping, everything goes through. My thing is, let's focus on catering to the people's business. That's all I care about.
Okay, and
Yeah.
just on yesterday, the president declared his assets, and I think that was something very, very commendable. I don't know what's your thoughts about that.
Well, I mean, like I said, the president declared his asset. This is expected. I know sometimes because in the past we don't do a lot of things right. When somebody does the right thing, and there's a tendency that we should celebrate it. But most of this stuff should be automatic. It should be automatic. Personally, I hope the president had declared his asset before he actually took office. But it's worth commending because it's not something that is normally done in this country. So we want to see the asset published like anybody else is in government. It should be published. I believe the law has been changed to where if you declare your asset, you have to publish them. And hopefully very soon, let's see what people have. Let it be published so there can be proper documentation. That way, in 6 months, if you're building 42 condominiums, we can know where the money is coming from. And even if you don't declare, we will still know where the money is coming from. Except our country, we don't prosecute or follow suit.
Yeah, sure, because it was one sticky issue during the administration of President George Weah when he declared his assets. The publication was a problem. The law, accordingly at that time, did not call for, publication of the assets once it's declared.
Correct.
Yeah, but now I think it's been amended that once you declare your assets, it must be published so that the Liberian people can actually know the content of your assets. Because just declaring it with the LSCC and the Liberian people not knowing, I don't think it shows transparency.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. Look, these asset declarations are not just meant to expose what you have accumulated over your lifetime. It also is intended to protect you just in case accusations are made after the fact. So if you have something before coming to government, it can be verified, it can be identified, and it can be properly documented before claims are made against you. So the asset declaration is actually intended to protect you as well. And I think it's a very good thing for our society. Anybody who's going to serve should publish their assets, should declare their asset. It just helps everybody. It just helps everybody. Yeah, Casey, while you're doing that, let me recognize some people here before we take some calls. If you don't mind, let me see to our people. Yawala, Chala, how you doing, Mama? How are Sonny? How are you? Mary and Wea? How are you, Michael Corey? Sylvester we said, Mr. We said, how are you doing? Morton Jado. How are you, Morton? Mary Chi, Pearl Campbell, Titus Fala. How are you doing? Titus Fala Mamu, Mary Bowen, Kuko Watson. I see Alexander Pope, Mr. Pope. I see Baker Ramsey. Mr. Ramsey, how are you doing? I see Myers Montego. I see Williga Bion. How are you? I see Jim Seta Babu. Mako Armstrong Y. Binda, Florence Boca, Philomena Dolo, Madame Dolo, how are you doing? Michael Corey, I see Martin Tigoba, Manin, how are you? Bushi S. Bea, over here I see Wonder P. Caleb, how are you doing? Wonder, I see Joseph T. Da, Babla Sloss, Stephen Nebo, Mr. Nebo, how are you doing? Liberia Chai, Seattle Freeman, Amos Gamo Yu, Arthur Kakia, Clara Way Howard, my own Jew, how are you doing, Clara? Morris Harris, how are you doing? I see Amara A. Sharif, Mr. Sharif, how are you doing? I see Sir Archie Bayawalo, I think I said your name already. I see Edward Cully, Kekula Sam Tabalo, Galenius Hunter, Mr. Hunter, how are you doing? Yeah, I think I gained some weight, Mr. Hunter. I need to slow down a little bit. Too much about getting in the country, too sweet by way. Let me tell you that. I see Zoe Maki, I see George S.K. Motherson, I see Erica P. Labids, Nicholas Pink, Cleopatra Dwyer, I see Miyama J.K. Thomas, Rich Lou Bartholomew Harris. Mr. Harris, what's going on, man? Willamita Hill, Mary Finna Yama, Wilfred T. Double, Lovely Zizi. My own Jew Clara came up again. Clara Way, Howard, Madam Howard, Stephen Cooper, Elton Teddy Kanga. Everybody, man, welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Yagazi, I don't know if you're going to take some calls before I go on this rant. Keita Ibrahim, my brother, Mr. Ibrahim, how you doing? Valicious Moba, Elizabeth Kumba, David Gay Floyd, how are you as well? As Yagazi prepared to take some call, I will continue to recognize these people. Michael Bobby Bow, Mr. Bow, what's going on, brother? Siata Freeman. I see Stephen Bowe. I see Zenabu Kone, Albert Sube, I'm sorry, Henry Gay, Tatis Boa, everybody, man. Abraham Dennis, Mr. Dennis, what's going on? Welcome to the show, Yasa Kaba. Abraham Dennis, I see more Godwin Dwalu. The sun is coming with the background noise. You guys, technicians, if you can take a look at that for me. The sun has some background noise. Tamalami, how are you doing? Ezekiel Sekou Nibo, Trifina Thompson, E. Emmanuel Jackson, everybody, man. Whatever you are, whether you are in Zwedru, or you are in my beloved Buchanan, or if you are in Yekipa, you are in Sunny Quillid, if you are in Bunjima, if you're in Cox City, whatever you are, Barclayville, Sesto City, everywhere across the country. Welcome to your show. Welcome to the network. Let's talk Liberia, because Liberia should matter above all of us. For us to matter, Liberia must matter. I repeat, for you to matter, Liberia must matter. If Liberia doesn't matter, you are not going to matter. Once again, man, come on. Let's talk Liberia.
Okay, so now we will go to the lines to hear from our listeners and our viewers as well. What's on your mind this evening? It may be you want to talk about some of the trending issues in the country. Okay, I'm already seeing the CEO in the background. I believe he'll soon be coming on. But in the meantime, between time, let's take just a few calls. 0777 771 0777 771 05 101075. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Good evening. Let's hear you.
Good evening. My name is Christopher and I'm calling from Old Road.
Okay. How is Old Road?
Oh, it's very good. Thank God.
Okay.
And if you believe in God, how are you, sir? So, basically, what's on my mind tonight, I would like to talk about. I just want to make this a suggestion that if the government could look at the reintroduction of feeding in public schools.
The reintroduction of what?
Feeding.
Feeding.
The
Okay.
reintroduction of feeding in public schools. Yeah, because yes, I work with the MCSS and I know what's happening there. I know what we've been seeing, what we've been experiencing over the years of the kids. You know, children come to school hungry all of the time, and sometimes it becomes so difficult for them to learn. So they come to school hungry, and they don't have the energy to learn, you see. So we want to appeal here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling. CEO, welcome to the show. Okay. Let's get
right? We're getting a feedback.
Yeah, there's a feedback.
You got to mute Dualu. Mute Dualu.
All right, let's talk to this person. Hello.
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
My name is Usman Kumar, General Congressman for World Community about 16 of West.
Okay, let's hear you.
My question here to do, this downtown the CEO will give you some political question concerning about giving us $10 on our call issue. He gave me a political question I answer. It says then I have not received my $10 yet. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so the CEO is coming on. He's going to address that. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yep.
Yes, I'm George G. Gunter. I do join you from Lower Johnsonville.
Yeah, George, let's hear you quickly.
Yeah, my major concern has to do with the LEC.
LEC, okay.
Yeah, the LEC is not that stable and something weird. Actually, something tangible you need to be done about it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm Jake Belgradis. I'm calling from the overall Transformer community.
Gregory, let's hear you.
Okay, I just want to make my own contribution tonight. I mean, you know, particularly I want to speak about Dualo. You know, Dualo is very, particularly I want to declare tonight publicly as a friend to Dualo because he's committed, you know, to know, he's very committed to the issue of Liberia. No matter what happened, no matter what happened, whatsoever thing they say concerning the appointment, he doesn't focus on government, he doesn't focus on Joseph Braga. What he's focused on is doing the work of Liberian people. What he's focused on is the Liberian matters. So every time for each town you hear you talk is that let's talk about the Liberian people. Let's do the Liberian people work. And you see, if you have a manifesto, if you have an agenda, and that do people get to know that you are so committed. It's how often, how regularly you talk about this. Okay. This is what Jono does. I mean, I really, just give me a 5 seconds. And how he does. So for that, I'm really declaring as a best friend to him. And I really want to see him. If it's possible, if I can get his number, I will get it. I really want to contact with him.
All that thing you can see, the man won't get valid number. All that thing all that thing the man want that only Dualu know. Listen, Dualu in Maria, the man know how to page. Seriously. All that thing the man saying, he just won't get Dualu number. Don't want me big man. They get a minute number one.
Go call it first. Hello.
But you can see, I guess some bad picture here for Dwalu. Dwalu posted it 47 minutes ago. I think he trying to play my sister. Seriously, why would you post a picture when you alone in Liberia? That cover up picture. Anyway, Dwalu, go ahead. The man want go ahead. You can see the man want cover up with that him today.
Are we taking more calls?
Go ahead, take calls.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Let's hear your name and where you join us from.
John Jason calling from Abel, Fasting.
Okay. Let's hear you.
Yeah. On my mind is about electricity. Look, that guy on Spoon Talk last night. I hope President Walker will really think about that man. That man really get a know-how, technical know-how. You see, those are things. The man got a plan. The man know how to deal with issues. Those are the things that you're going to be thinking. And now somebody who's going to sit out to that place taking 17,000 pounds every month that will not benefiting. People pay their token, pay that they can get a foreign. We need solution. We don't want plenty talking. Let it made man Allah, the managing director for LEC, or even major consultant. That's the only way no era will be improved.
Thank you. Let's hear another person. Hello.
What is it?
Hello.
Yeah, the name is Usman Kumar, calling from Robin from Metro Pacific. You guys get it about CEO. Maybe he's not working for the librarian people. If you bring someone on the show to be playing fun of us, we don't like people like that. Mr. Answer to me that you don't want to talking to. He will come on our show, be playing fun of how everything is stable in country. We don't like that. Maybe that will stay more with bring people. We can be sitting outside and now out of 2-3 hours waiting for comment to come because the heater in the room when you enter in the room sometimes you don't want able to sleep, you don't want to lay down because the heater can be there. Sometimes we open our door, we take rest, we go sit down outside, waiting for comment. Then he's saying on the show, telling the Liberian people, telling the people in the diaspora, the country is stable in this country like that. And see, I don't want to work for the Liberian people. Then you close the school door instead of he bringing the access to our show to be playing fun. Oh, we don't like that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I like Legacy. I like this guy. I really do. I like him. I like it. The man said our show. I like him. By the way, listen. Go ahead, Legacy. The man said our show. See, I will fire you. Our show.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Legacy. This is Peterson, Sonia, and good evening to all of the panelists of Spoon. Just what the caller say, Legacy, are sitting outside now like are in a pool or river. When no current, it's not easy. And Stanton, thank you very much. Once again, I said my name is Peterson K. Sonia, Director of the Veteran and Survivor of the Liberia Massacre and Chairman of the Transitional Justice Working Group of Liberia. Sometimes we face a lot of problems in the place. I really talked the last time that we see how can me. I don't want to be texting you your WhatsApp, send you some information. Start on the war crime code. That's the major thing we want in this place here. Cultural implementation should stop. It's not easy. Go in the town and villages. Start on outside of the TRC report. Lee Master. I survived from the St. Peter Lutheran Church. My father was killed. I lost 7 members of my family at the Lutheran Church. My father was killed right in my presence. I have gone in the town and villages. Some of the lawmakers, some of the people, then the places that they had never gone before, the places that TRC never went. I have discovered just in 6 counties, 87 mass grave sites. 87 is outside of the TRC report, just in 6 counties. So I really want government, international community, look, war crime code should be the first priority for us. Let those guys then who roaming around here living the best of life where we grieving today. Let we have justice in this country. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Peterson. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to this person.
Hello.
Your name and where you joining us from? Hello, you live. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Legacy. You know the COVID situation very skinny on the COVID business. Then last year I tried to call, I can't go to, but today I go to.
Really, if you can talk about local business, they really put you in the current business.
The current Tamba.
Sometimes in the net, we can get in the heat. Sometimes we can be outside until 12. So now 1 o'clock, we take a break. I don't have cooking war, but we pray to God, we have put your first on our LDC. Really, I do very better thing for ready.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello.
Yeah, how are you? I'm
okay.
Just calling from Single.
Okay. Let's hear you.
I tell the network, thank you. They are doing well for us. But you know, certain people are trying to post themselves there to make fun out of the Liberian people, thinking that because they were in power and the law won, were stupid to put them up. One is that your asset though. The fool, we are the money they stole, he get it in his cover. The last money they divide, he get it, so he can sit there to make fun.
Okay.
So your advice, if he can be on a panel, I don't think we're missing. Mr. Stanton, don't let sympathy to exceed our interest, not your interest. They know where it's for.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk to another person here. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
I'm Honorable George Jr. and I come from a comfort zone district 13.
Let's hear you, Honorable.
Yeah, my brother, my attention has been drawn to the issue of this LEC business. My brother, the issue of LEC is a serious embarrassment to us in this country. Currently, as I'm speaking to you, my community is in total darkness, and I'm sitting on my porch here waiting that LEC will come so that I can go in my crib and have a sleep. So I'm calling on my parents that I struggle off to elect. You can see how best to solve the issue of the LEC. It's a serious embarrassment to us, my brother. It's a serious embarrassment to us. So I'm begging on my president, let him look in that direction for us. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, my name is Jeff. I'm calling you from Steven Tower.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my issue here has to do with the LEC issue.
Everybody talking about LEC.
One man cannot work to a place and make 17,000, then you keep him there for 6 school years after the 6 year in the 6 year. And meaning that man won't come to getting all the Labrador budget, you're getting everything then you have to for a fair. So meaning that I'm not even get time for Labrador again. I just saying now you the owner for Labrador. So yeah, President Baka can keep it in our post.
Okay, thank you. That's your concern. Hello?
Yes, hello?
Yeah. Let's hear you.
Yes?
Go ahead. Your name and where you join us from?
Yes, my name is Monsignor Joe. I join you guys from right around the radio station here.
Okay, let's hear you.
I'm a visually impaired woman. What really touched my heart is I always listen to the radio station. Oh, CEO, former CEO, please get to that board. The board are all of them are referring to that accident. You always call on the show, late night show, remind you. I know they're talking to the new hospital that in the bush on outside the board. Keep crying. You're please. I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking on behalf of him. I know when you're in condition, at least no one coming around you. They both cry in the hospital every day. Last night I called when the late night show I was listening to him. He called and he said he's suffering. They should they should call him. They both can always get his number. So you please ask nursing. Let him call the body to you. Please help him, boy. You're not doing more than that. 500,000, 600,000. You're spending on people in well today. You please let our body well to get on his feet.
Thank you very much for calling.
Yes.
All right. CEO is over to you. It's 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Yakazi. Yakazi Zogwe.
Yeah.
Babwa.
Ow. Come on. But you see that shit.
Yeah, but you said come on. I said come on. I want Prince Johnson says
come on means how are you?
Yeah, I asked you how are you too.
Oh, you asked how are you? Yeah, you asked me.
I said how are you too? I put it in Mana, I put it in Gio, you know, but you're not picking it up. But yeah, thank you very much, man.
Okay.
Mr. Duadu, we have some very, very important pictures all on Facebook concerning Mr. Duadu. My thing is that before we even start this program, I came rushing. Once I saw the picture, people all over saying it to me, Yekezi, don't leave yet. And I began to ask myself, why? Why these pictures are on Facebook? Why? You know, and somebody told me, said, but that's the reason why. To all those that call first, I want to appreciate you. We hear you. We'll stick with us, LDC story. We got more information on LDC. We will try our best to say as it is. You decide. You know, the government will decide. President Bouaka will make the right decision, that which is fitting for Liberia. It's not for any individual. But I really want to briefly talk about the reason why Duadu always coming in studio early. You're always the first, Yekezi. Very, very dedicated Marine. You're always the first. But it's concerning. You know Sekou Sharif? Yekezi, you know Sekou Sharif?
I know Sekou, the talk show host.
Yeah, he sent the pictures to me. I don't know. I'm kind of concerned why Sekou sent the picture to me. Sekou said, CEO, look at the picture. Now your man Duadu. Then I began to think, I said, what? Duadu sent picture to Sekou? But then I understand, folks. I want you to just listen to me while I share this. You know, Duadu went to Liberia. Me and my sister that I with. And then I heard that Duadu left back. You cannot go to the war front, you know, on a mission, and they leave you back. I mean, I'm so surprised that Duadu.
Well, mission not accomplished yet.
But the fact that she left you back, I'm concerned. I'm deeply concerned. Well, I'm really, really shocked that she still have faith in you. I don't think she should. But that's not my business. So one of this picture, you just look at this picture. Duadu decide to post these things, right? You can see. These are cover up. You can see these are cover up. The man want to pretend that all is well. You can see, can you turn the cell phone off in the studio? Or those phones are you using? You know, Duadu want to pretend that all is well. I want our folks to take a look at these different photos Duadu posting. Why is he posting this thing? I want to call Charlotte Robert. And ask Charlotte Robert, why Duadu posting this picture? He alone in Liberia. Oh, man. Right, you can see? He alone in Liberia. The woman left him. My sister left him. Almost 2 weeks now. Duadu alone in Liberia. And today he decided to post and send picture. Why? The people want to know, Duadu, why? Why are you sending the ever same picture? What have you done? No. It must be something. I learned in the school that says something begot something, nothing begot nothing. What have you done? That today you decide, today is not even Valentine's Day. Today is just the 9th. We have 5 more days.
I plead the 5th.
Duadu, the people asking.
You can understand this question from a psychological perspective, but I would just hold my peace. I would just.
No, I mean, Dr. Richardson, don't do it. You know they get at your bomb, sister. Be fair to her.
No.
The man ever post a picture about this lady before.
Oh,
he alone in Liberia. Something is happening.
Oh.
Yeah. We gotta ask the driver.
What driver?
We gotta ask the driver what's happening. And the driver gotta be fair. I right now want to call my sister and ask her, say, you know what's happening? I got a full story. You know we spoon now. We are spoon. We got the inside story.
You're full of trouble, I swear.
You're full of trouble, my man.
59 minutes ago, Duadu posted a picture. He running coming in the studio. He posted. Where Duadu coming from?
That he misses his.
Coming from? Where is he coming from?
He misses his wife.
That's what I wrote.
Yeah.
Yes, Clinton.
Yeah.
He misses her.
Yeah.
Continue.
I'm 44. I'm 24.
Continue.
Yeah, so when you love someone and if they're not near you, you miss them, and that's what.
Y'all stop that thing, man. Y'all stop that joke. Y'all stop
Especially
that joke.
They've been married for such a long time. They have children.
Yeah, you know.
The person who he depends on to help him make these major decisions, that she's not there. So
Thank
he can
you.
Stop that thing, man.
Thank you.
I'm serious. I'm very serious. You know, it's like
man.
It's a long time.
Your plan is for you to come on the show and save Guadu because your brother-in-law. Stop that thing.
I didn't know you were going to be talking about this subject matter today.
Thank you. We got one pressing issue.
Today I spoke to Duadu. I spoke to Duadu today. I said, Duadu, where are you currently? He told me the place where I would not disclose it. He asked me a couple of questions. I said, what are the picking and doing? What operation are the picking and doing for you? Duadu told me, say, and I mean, are the picking and operating? He said, be a fellow, you're picking Damo. I said, what Damo did for you? He said, I just telling you, be a fellow, you're picking Damo. So listen, the people respect me because I told the truth.
Oh, God.
I will never, ever hide the truth from the Liberian people.
No problem.
So Duadu.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll show the picture again.
You're missing your wife, seriously, on a serious note.
I'm begging. The pastor can get traffic. I swear, you get traffic. Look at him. He said he's messing around and smelling. Look at him. And you know what? Yes, the funny thing that Rachel said, she believe me, oh. She believe it.
Yeah, he is. He's serious. You don't
look at how she do her face. Look at how she look at the face. She believe it. Look at her. Don't that
yeah, the bug will hold it. The
woman asked the guy, when you coming back? When you adding a year, she was about to leave when she asked him, when will you come back for life? He adding a year. Well, man, let's do our show, man. I wish you luck, my man. Everybody, I'm blessed the same way. I wish you luck, Duadu. Enjoy yourself, Piggy.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself.
Aye.
But what's good?
Now, man, Liberia is good. The only thing is, Stanton, you came too early today, so I didn't get into my 2 minutes. So I'm going to try and steal that 2 minutes from you. I just have a message to the appointees in this government, this administration. I'm going to just say you're my black eye. Before you go to work your very first day, I want you, when you're driving to work, taking the bus to work, if there's such a thing in the city, I want you to look at the faces of our people. Just take a very close look at them and realize your duty is to change what you see on those faces for the better. As I drive around the city yesterday, I was telling you about this, and I see the desperation on the faces of our people. It makes me angry. It makes me sad. It makes me black and blue. It makes me worry. I don't know what word to use, but this is combinations of feelings. Dr. Francine can describe it better than I can. Knowing that we can do so much more better, but yet we have refused to do better. I want you to think about them. I don't care if you're in the post office or you work at transport ministry, that your highest duty that you can give to your country is to serve your fellow citizens. If you're given an opportunity, you must serve them every single day without hesitation, because if you do hesitate, even you yourself, your lives are not going to be okay. We have to make this better some kind of a way. I don't know how. I'm not suggesting that I do have the answers, but if you have an opportunity to serve, you have to do your duty and make their lives a little better. Just a little better. That's all I ask. Dr. Francine Stanton, welcome to the show. Let's Talk Liberia. My wife is doing great. Actually, she's calling me right now, Stanton, by the way.
Answer the phone. Tell him to say hi.
Yeah, I'll say hi.
Wait, answer the phone. Put it on highest volume. Put it on No, my man, listen, we're going to have a wonderful show today. We'll be speaking to Mr. James Blayu. He's in studio. We also look forward to speak. We'll be speaking to Daniel Johnson. He was newly appointed, but there was a story ran on Front Page Africa concerning him being arrested and wanted. We have to clarify that story. He should be coming in studio. Is it true? Was he arrested? We have the document, and we'll be going into that story. I believe after the story dead off, we'll be placing a call to Councillor Cooper Crow again. We have another important story coming from the Western Cluster Belt, folks. Something is happening in the Western Cluster Belt. Apparently, those people from Western Cluster, and folks, Liberia, you want to hear this, they care less about the Liberian government. They have broken all the laws, all agreement within the MDR.
Yeah.
All agreement. Yes. They refuse to pay zero. Everything that was promised by Western Cluster is in the hole. Everything. The people, they are suffering. The Western Cluster people say they will not give a damn. We received information today with the exception of Amara Connie. The rest of the senators, the rest of the lawmakers, they had a very serious meeting today. They're making some very strong demand from Western Cluster. They will shut them down and want to say, listen, if you're from Bomi, you're from Kipma, you're from Bapalu, this is concerning. Even if you're from Douala, District 17, I want to call DJ Blue because he's representing District 17.
Yep.
They have messed the roll up.
Yeah.
From last year to now, Western Cluster have refused to pay everything. Zero.
Why?
They have turned our people into slave, modern day slave.
Yep.
This is bad for our country. Under the watchful eyes of President Joseph Yema Boakai, I believe he will intervene. So what are we saying here? Today, Senator Snow, Alex Stado, Deba Vabla, the rest of them, today, with the exception of Amara that missed the meeting, they had a very, very strong meeting today. And they are asking the plenary to bring in Western Cluster to shut them down. Western, you see, when we're saying this within the George Weah government, Western Cluster believe that they get a loophole. And this will shock you, and we're getting to it. These guys are asking that Western Cluster pay the $14.5 million that we're giving. You remember that $14.5 million?
Mm-hmm.
They want Western Cluster to pay like yesterday.
Yeah.
They are calling for the full shutdown of Western Cluster operation. Our people in that region suffering. And it's on Yombli Kanga Lawrence. It's on the pro tem. It's on her. It's on the decision that Senator Yombli Kanga Lawrence will take. We have all the information from the meeting, and we want to say to you, it's no friendship. We'll call some senator name, we'll make them uncomfortable. But today they asked him bring back the $14.5 million. Western Cluster have enslaved our people. Western Cluster is the worst agreement ever. And we need to discuss it. That's what Richard said. Yeah, before we bring in James on the show, let's hear. Go ahead, Eduardo. Say something and we'll go to Dr. Richard.
Let me say this. I entirely disagree with you.
All right.
Western Cluster is doing absolutely nothing wrong that we are not allowing them to do. If we don't protect us, nobody else is going to. The very people that we've chosen to stand between us and those who want to exploit us, those very people are mortgaging everything that belongs to us. Why would you think Western Cluster, a profit-seeking entity, would care about Liberia? Why should they? When Liberians themselves do not care about themselves. Senator Edwin Snow out of Bomi County is not doing his job. We have the superintendent out there not doing his job. We have the government itself, the national government of the Republic of Liberia. This is not a Bomi County problem. This is a Liberian problem. And we are sitting there, we are allowing Western Cluster to treat us as if we are nobody in our own home country. Well, let me say something to you. The business of government can only work if the people insist upon it. And you feel sorry for yourself, Western Cluster will leave a massive hole in Bomi County as the Bomi debacle back in the 60s and 70s. We don't learn our lessons. We don't care.
Why are you disagreeing with me, Eduardo?
I disagree with you because you're blaming Western Cluster. Western Cluster is doing exactly what our government wants them to do.
I was giving my intro. We are not in the conversation yet, Eduardo.
Well,
we are not in the conversation yet. I'm going to share some information with you and the rest of the guys within the chat room. You are going by on a judgment where they allow Western Cluster to do everything they wanted to do because they were receiving cuts. We are talking about now. What would President Bouaka do? We are talking about now. What would the new landmass and the landmass and energy minister do? What would the new justice minister do? We are talking about now. What would those senators do? Duadu, give it a break. I mean, you can't get mad at me. First of all, the people want a 14.5 million. They want it like now.
They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. Stanton, you're sugarcoating this thing. Look, the contract was hastily to put together under the We administration. If there's something that's harming the people of Liberia, it should be quickly revisited.
Why do people reject We Are? Why do reject We Are?
Because we are not doing people's business.
Because of the same failure.
I don't blame
President Bouaka.
I don't blame President We Are for anything anymore. Because President We Are is booted out. This is President Bouaka's responsibility now.
Look, but that's what we are talking about, Eduardo.
Yeah, but don't blame Western Cluster. They're not doing anything wrong. They're doing the right thing.
All right, let's bring it to Richard saying. You and myself will have this. I am not defending anybody, Eduardo. Don't put me in that position. Well, I am saying Western Cluster, they are caught with the pens down. We have the information to share with the people. And at least you got some good senators coming up now saying, no, we're not going to take your BS anymore. Our people are dying. We are not going to take your BS anymore. I think that's a good start. We're 3 weeks in the government, Eduardo. Come on, man. Dr. Francine?
Yeah, I was going to add that Western Cluster is probably making millions and millions and millions of dollars off the backs of Liberians. Every time they ship that iron ore, they are getting money off the international market. And they are giving our people peanuts. So I know sometimes if we think that, by shutting them down will cause more danger or will cause more hardship. No, we're under hardship already. So there's whether they stay, whether they go, there has to be some major decisions have to be made. I mean, they're not contributing anything to the lives of the Liberian people there right now. They're not hiring Liberians. They're hiring more foreigners. The environment, Mr. Tapet told us, they didn't inform him that they had environmental problems, so he didn't do any study there. Apparently, they were supposed to call him. So y'all shut them down. I'm in for shutting them down. They're not doing anything right now. They're not Liberians to be better.
Okay, I beg you guys, just look in the chat room, see what is there. This is about Western Cluster. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. We have James in studio. We'll bring him on, and then we'll start this conversation. Folks, we want to welcome every one of you. Sorry that my brother Eduardo never had the time to do so, but let's welcome you. We appreciate your time. Share the program. It's going to be a very great one today. It's going to be a very huge program today because we got a lot to cover. Let me bring in James. Now we'll bring in I don't think Glendy ready yet. I see her. She it looked like is she washing her face? No, she putting makeup on. So that way when she finish putting the lipstick, then we'll bring her on. Okay, I think she's done. She just wearing her earring. You see, she just put the earring on.
Can you imagine? Hello, y'all. I'm tired with the man.
Yeah, what sis Glendy?
You just put the earring on. I just
for you to bring me or you can't put me
No. You just put the earring on. You just did.
I just put it on. I put it on.
Then one was there. You put it on.
I just put it on. Okay.
Thank you.
You're right.
Welcome to the show.
Okay.
Well, so, James, welcome, man. How you doing, James?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm doing very fine.
Good. Let's get James some. Can you bring the mic closer, please? Let's give him some volume. It's always good to have you. I believe you've been following Spoon Talk. We are here to discuss nothing but the truth. So when you entered our studio, you put your right hand up. Discuss nothing but the truth.
You got Bible there too?
No Bible. We got a Quran. Go help you. We want to say welcome to Spoon Talk, man. Let's have a wonderful conversation. Why are you in the studio today, James?
I'm here basically to discuss.
You can put a mic closer to you for us. Yeah, you can put it closer to you. There you go. Yeah.
Is this okay?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, I'm here tonight to discuss Universal Forestry Corporation, and this is the company owned by our former Minister of Post and Telecommunications, Councillor Cooper Kura. So I'm here today to discuss a long-running history of Mr. Kura and being involved in a conflict of interest. And I'm here to discuss a long-running history of Mr. Kura being an illegal logger. And I'm here to clearly say, just as my investigation has said, our investigation has said that Mr. Kura may not just be the right person for the job, given his track record, given everything we know, we have read about him.
Okay, you are in Spoon Studio. Thank you for joining us. We're going to be fair. Everything you say, we will ask Mr. Cooper Kura to respond to you, to your allegation, to your investigative report. We want to be very fair with the discussion. It's good to have you, though. Can you introduce yourself to us? Where are you from? Who are you, by the way?
My name is James Harding Gayu. I'm a Liberian journalist. I am the founder and managing editor of The Daylight, where we do basically environmental journalism, investigative environmental journalism to be specific. And we have been operating since 2021, since April 2021. And we've exposed a lot of wrongdoings in the extractive sector. I heard you talk a lot about Western Cluster. We've done a lot of those kind of investigations. And most of our investigations have been around logging. A few of them, the environment. We've done stories about pollution in Grand Cape Mount that involves bee mounting, and also the complicity of the Environmental Protection Agency. We've done a lot of stories, like I said, on logging, a few on mining. And that's what we do, yes. And we've been doing very well. Our stories have led to, have got some impact. Our stories have led to the dismissals, to the suspensions, led to court cases just in 3 years. So we are so much proud of ourselves. And just to talk a little bit more about us, we are an online platform. So we investigate and we post it online on our website, and other news outlets like the Daily Observer, the Front Page Africa, and other outlets in Liberia do republish those investigations.
Thank you very much, James.
I'm here to answer all of your questions.
Yes, thank you. Listen, I was just told that you were coming in studio. I'd never met you. I don't know you. I've never spoken to you. But again, thank God that it was arranged for us to talk about this Councillor Cooper Kura involvement with everything you guys have investigated. It's very important for us to do so. I don't know why now, or whether you did it before, but as much as we all know, Councillor Cooper Kura was designated for Justice Ministry, and here we are, all the story coming up on him. Talk to us about, you know, Dr. Richardson, our sister Glenna is here, Mr. Dualu, and the rest of the team will be joining us. So let's start the conversation. We have only 30 to 40 minutes to spend with you. So give us the best and allow us to ask you, and then we can wrap this thing up. Give us your story.
Yes, so I first we first investigated Mr. Cooper Kura in 2022. That was 1 year before the elections. So I need not even speak about and how he later became nominated, and now he's supposed to go and face the Senate for confirmation. So we investigated Cooper Kura when we did not know that Mr. Kura would have been nominated for this position. We investigated Cooper Kura that time because at that time he was involved in a conflict of interest. So let me just run you through what we put together. So there's a company called Universal Forestry Corporation, UFC for short. And this company was established by Mr. Cooper Kura in 1986. And Mr. Cooper Kura and another man by the name of what's his name? Peter Goenke. And both of them established the Universal Forestry Corporation, like I said, in 1986. And at that time, Mr. Cooper Cry.
Can you please spell the gentleman's last name, please?
His last name is spelled Goanke-ish.
Okay.
That's the last name. Gwenke. And this is according to the article of incorporation of the Universal Forestry Corporation that we obtained from the Liberia Business Registry, the place by law where such documents should be kept. So like I'm saying, so 1986 established the Universal Forestry Corporation. So in 2007, Mr. Kubokra amended the article of incorporation and this time around brought in new shareholders. So Mr. Gonke ceased to be one of the shareholders. Instead, Mr. Kubokra brought on Ananti Sui. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing that very well, but it is spelled Sewree, and she had 26%. Then you have Mr. Jean S. Kong, who is currently the general manager of the company. Then he will be calling. And you have Mr. Edward Slanger. Edward N. Slanger. He used to be a presidential advisor during the regime of Slim President Samuel Kyondo. And then you had another man by the name of B.J. Kim, who had 15%. So Edward Slanger had 20%. J.S. Kung had 24%. So the other man, B.J. Kim, had 15%. And outstanding was 10%. So with Mr. Cooper Cry again, dropping his percentage from 25 when he established the Universal Forestry Corporation, dropping it down now to 5%. So Cooper Cry is still part of the Universal Forestry Corporation. And in fact, you see his signature is on the document here. When the amendment was done in 2007, he is the secretary of the board. So he takes all of the meanings. He play a very important role in addition to being a 5% shareholder. So we go all the way to 2018. Mr. Cooper Cry is appointed Minister of Post and Telecommunications, and then he did not relinquish his shares in the company. He continued to hold a 5% share, continued to serve as the secretary of the board of directors of this company, while at the same time playing the role as the Postmaster General of the Republic of Liberia, the other way to call the Minister of Post and Telecommunications. So this is a complete conflict of interest. It comes all the way from our Constitution. The Constitution calls for government to work, the branches of government to work separately. It goes all the way down to the Code of Conduct for public officials that also speaks against conflicts of interest. And then it comes down to because what I need to say is that the reason why I tried to investigate him was the Universal Forestry Corporation was actively logging and mining in Liberia at that time. And they're still doing today. But this investigation is 2022. So currently, as we speak, we are in 2022. So at that time, I'm like, how can he be the Minister of Post and still be having 5% share in the company? So this is explicit conflict of interest. So I decided to investigate, and I took long time to do that. The first time I got this information that he had share in the company while he was being the minister, was in 2019. So it took me how many years? 2 years to finally come out of my shell to say, okay, now I'm not 2 years, in fact 3, because from 2019 to 2022, that's 3 years. So it took me 3 years just monitoring situation at Universal Forestry Corporation, looking at the company's shareholdings and everything. So by the time I came, I'm like, no, this can't be happening. I need to flag this out. And so I did a story. I didn't just do one story. When I did the first story that Mr. Kubokra was in violation of Liberia's laws, because it's not just the Constitution and the Code of Conduct that I talk about. it is also the very minerals and mining laws of Liberia. He was in a conflict of interest. I mean, he was in violation of that law. There was also the National Forestry Reform Law of 2006. He was also in violation of that law. So I did a story. So Mr. Kura came up because I did a story in July 2022. So Mr. Kura came out and said, it is true that he said he had. He didn't say he have. He said he had 5% share in the company, but then he had relinquished it to his son. So I'm like, no, that didn't happen. And then he published this article of incorporation to disprove our story. And like I said, we don't just take a story, take a document, and then run with it. We don't do that. When we get a document, we assess the document, we analyze it, we go to the institutions that are responsible to hold these documents and try to authenticate the document. So that's why we did with the article of incorporation. So we went to the Liberia Business Registry. We found out that was the exact article of incorporation at the registry. We went to the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Like I said, the company was actively mining. And we checked. It was the exact article of incorporation. We tried to we went to the Forestry Development Authority, which is the authority when it comes to logging. But then the FDA is very infamous for granting access to public information, which is also another violation by itself. So, but we're not able to get anything from the FDA, but at least we already had the article of incorporation from the host that holds that document. And then we didn't stay there. We went to the Ministry of Mines, and then we were to get all those documents and put it together. We didn't still stop there. We went to the Liberia Liberia Revenue Authority, the LRA. Now, when somebody, anytime Spoon Network registers and pays that annual registration fees, that money goes directly into Spoon's tax payment history. So if you pull all your tax payment history now, you will see all of your registration, all of your transactions with the government of Liberia will be written on your tax payment history. So if Universal Forestry Corporation that is owned by Mr. Cooper Kra had actually amended the article of incorporation in 2019, I would have seen that on the company's tax payment history. But when I looked at it, I didn't see anything there.
So let me stop you. Allow us to stop you, because again, it's good to have you in studio. Thank you for coming. This thing about Cooper Kra served as Minister of Post and Telecommunication. During that time, did you bring it up? His confirmation as Minister of Post and Telecommunication, did you bring it up?
No. When he was appointed in 2018, I think by February 2018, he had been confirmed, and he started.
You didn't bring it up.
I didn't know. I didn't just know at that time. I got to know this in 2019.
Who's the owner? Who have most shares in this company, UFC?
According to the article of incorporation that is at the Liberia Business Registry, which is in my hand here, the highest shareholder is a lady by the name of Ananti Sewree, Sewree. That's the way the name is spelled, and that person has 26%.
Can you share that? Can you share that with us, please?
Yes, and Mr. Mame, could you share that with the rest of the team? I've been sharing documents with him today.
Is this the document you're talking about?
Yes, that's the document.
Okay. So can you help us understand? We just want to sorry that it's not too clear to our audience, but we just want to be very fair. Can you explain this document to us, please?
Yes, this is the article of incorporation of the Universal Forestry Corporation. So when you start a business, you have to, especially depending on the kind of business you have to, if it is a corporation, like his company, you have to have an article of incorporation. That document is your legal document. It tells, it shows the number of shareholders. It shows your registered agent, that is the person who can be sued or who can sue on behalf of the company. And it shows other pieces of information that are very relevant, like all the names of other shareholders, who is the board of directors. So that it shows the headquarters of the organization. So this is the 1986 document. He established the company in 1986, and then he had 25% share, as you can see up there. And Peter Guanke had 25% share, and 50% shares were outstanding. Then fast forward to 2006, they amended the article of incorporation. So when you amend the article of incorporation, it shows here on the article, on the document, because it means that the old shareholders might not be, they are not there anymore, and then you may have new shareholders. Sometimes you shift, the percentage around. So maybe somebody was 10 and now they go on to 10, whatsoever way. So in 2007, he did another amendment. Like I said, you have Anna Ensori, who has 26%. You have Mr. Jean S. Kion, who has 24%. You have Edward N. Slanger, who has 20%. And you have BJ Kim, 15%. Outstanding is 10%. And Mr. Cooper Kra still has 5%. And if you look down, the document is not showing on your screen, but it's showing on the document. If you look down, you have Cooper Kra Sr., who is the secretary of the board of directors of the company. So when I got this, and I knew that Cooper Kra was the minister of posts, and I knew the mining law, section 6.2 of the mining law clearly
don't go to the mining law yet. Don't let that take our time. We want to understand the document. Forget the mining law. A lot of people know it already. Sorry, because
no, but and CEO, it is the mining law that forbids the minister from holding shares in a company. So it's very important.
All right, so do me a favor. Take a picture of that portion of the law, screenshot it, let's share. I just don't want you reading things that we don't have. We love to share with our.
It's not long. It's just a small portion.
Can you just screenshot it?
Only that portion I brought.
Okay. Share it with us. We'll put it up and you'll read it. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson and the rest of the thing. And folks, we'll be bringing in the Councilor Cooper Kra. We were also going to call the gentleman name that was mentioned, Coin. I think that's his name. He willing to also have a conversation on the show tonight. We'll just extend the time to 1 hour because we want us to just understand this story.
Yeah, because that's why I was rushing. That's why I was pushing, and you have only 30 minutes.
Yeah, no. We'll do you justice. We will have the conversation. Dr. Francine?
I am just shocked and surprised. And let me tell you why. Cooper Kra called into this show, I believe, a couple of days ago, maybe last week. And he said that he relinquished his 5% ownership in the company. He also told us that this company was very inactive. And so that's why one of the reasons that led him to relinquishing his 5% holdership. So it's surprising to hear now that you are telling me that he still owns 5% in the company.
Yeah.
You talk about that?
Dr. Richardson, he still holds 5% shares in the company. And when we did the story in 2022, I keep stressing this, so nobody thinks that this is all or plot, to stop him from being nominated. No, we've been behind Kra for a long time, and Kra knows me very well. He doesn't know me personally, but he knows that we've been doing this story for a long time. If you just go and Google now and just say Cooper Kra, Universal Forestry Corporation, you most likely to see the first 5 to 10 of those things that will pop on your screen will come from us. So Cooper Kra,
story. I'm just doubting. I'm just surprised that somebody who wants to rise to the
Richardson, I beg you, sorry to interrupt you. We are to a sticky point, Dr. Richardson. Allow me to interrupt you. Okay, I have Councilor Kra on the line, and he want to clarify this portion, just this portion alone. Let's talk about it, because I think that's what James is so high on right now. why it was reduced from 25% to 5%. Who owns the 5%? Welcome to the show, Councilor Cooper Crowd. It's good to have you again, sir. Hello.
Thank you very much, Santa. I always appreciate. Yeah, hello. I'm here.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm here. I want to just thank you very much for having me on this show. Again, if I must make a contribution. Am I on?
Yes, sir. You're alive, sir.
Okay. Now, listen to the gentleman himself. He said that I organized this company in 1986. I don't know how many years it says from 1986 from now. I know 1986, I was just maybe a junior, sophomore student in the law school. This man, I did not know him in 1986. I understand before the war, this man had the largest sawmill in the Southeast. I did not know him at that time. I got to know Kill, I think that was in 2005. I mean, I don't have the document with me, but I'm sure I knew about just about that time. And I remember when he met me, I said, at that time I was now out of the law school. It was like, help me to reactivate my business because he claimed he had the biggest sawmill in the Southeast, but was looted during the war. So I remember in 2005, I helped him to reactivate by doing a new article, and he wanted some Liberian shareholding. Basically, their company that he was trying to bring it up. I remember there was some share they signed to me. I did not pay any money. It was like maybe you will be able to find investors, but I was not at the time working for the government. But let me now come closer to the time of my appointment as Minister of Post and Telecommunication. This young man came, probably something just like that. I own this company, and that was a conflict of interest. Then I called a press conference and invited him. I told him when I became Minister of Post and Telecommunication, I have 5% share in this company. I gave it out. I relinquished the share because I was minister. Though I did not agree with his explanation that as Minister of Post and Telecommunication, if there were 5% share in that company, that constituted conflict of interest, since at the time, though I knew that Post and Telecommunication did not have anything to do with logging business, but I relinquished it because I didn't have the time. I was focusing on the job. That's why I did that. And I called a press conference that he was present. I explained this and gave him a copy of the amended article that I was no longer a shareholder. Now,
hello? It's reconnecting probably. Someone is. Go ahead, sir. Hello?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor.
Okay.
Councilor, is there any way you can call me direct?
I gave you probably the same thing.
Yes, Councilor, can you call me just on the direct line? Because we have a problem with this. What's up? Let's see what the councilor will call us on the direct line. The reason why I'm bringing the councilor in, Mame, Glendy, Dr. Rich is saying, for us to clear this 5% issue, whether he stay owner within this company. So I hope the councilor can call us from the direct line. But go ahead. Okay, he's called it. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, councilor. Thank you.
I'm back on. Sorry, I had to change the other phone.
Thank you, sir.
So, like I was saying, I called a press conference and he was present, and I told him, look, I was no longer a 5% shareholder in this company. And because of my engagement as Minister of Post and Telecommunication, he continued to write about this same matter. He continued to call to say that I'm the owner of the company. I'm not the owner. This gentleman is from South Korea. He had been in Liberia for many, many years. I didn't know him all that up until 2005, I believe, when I met him. And since I met him, I'm speaking to you as me. I'm a lawyer. I'm on that oath. This man has not told me one day that he has shipped any law from Liberia that I know of. I know that he in the southeast, he and Edward Slanger, the late Mr. Edward Slanger, they were doing some work in the southeast, but I didn't know. I never went to southeast. I never participated in whatever they did in the southeast. I met him in Monrovia, and I have never traveled with him anywhere. For the past since I became Minister of Post, maybe if he comes on, you ask him whether he had made any shipment or log in Liberia.
So, Councillor, allow us to ask you some quick questions, please. Are you still part owner in this company?
No, I'm not. 5% share will not give you ownership of any corporation.
Do you still have 5%? Do you still have 5% share in the company?
No, I relinquished the 5% when I became Minister of Post and Telecommunications.
To who?
I called a press conference. The same gentleman who is
you relinquished the 5% to who?
Was president.
You relinquished the 5% to
who?
who?
I just gave it out. And what I did not give it to anybody. I just told him because I was minister, I cannot hold a share in the company any longer. But let me tell you what he did.
I beg you, Councillor, Councillor, just understand this. I beg you, Councillor, let's do one. It's important for us to know about the 5%.
Go ahead.
Do you have any document to show that you relinquish your 5%?
There is an amended article. If I hear you say made reference to the amended article, there is an amended article removing me and bringing other shareholders in there. I don't know what they have done after, but I like to just for the record.
I beg you, Councillor.
Councillor, my share. I believe. Yes.
Councillor, I beg you. Let's stick to the 5%. I'm with it. Do you have any document to share with us that you relinquish your share, the 5%?
Yes, they amended the share. They amended the article in incorporation, and it shows that I was no longer a shareholder.
Do you have that? Do you have that document?
It can't be tonight.
Okay.
Not with me tonight. I can find it tomorrow and send it to you by WhatsApp or.
Thank you. It will be important to do that. And when did you relinquish your 5%? When?
That was, I think, was earlier. That's about the time, I was picking up to started working at the Ministry of Post. And at this particular time, this company was not doing any work that I can remember.
No, it's okay. We just want.
That they were doing.
I just want to be very clear, and I want to be on the record that you relinquished your 5% around 2018, 2019, at which time you took over at the Ministry of Post. If you have that document, because I believe they do have some documents saying you didn't. At any point, I will ask my last question. We'll bring in the guys because they want to ask you a question to Councillor. At any point in time, did you relinquish your share to your son?
No, I did. 5%. No, I did not relinquish my share to my son. What I discovered happened was because this young man knew my son. My son also who a master in law. We all have two of my children are lawyers. So apparently he wanted some form of legal representation. So he encouraged my son to be a shareholder, and that it was not 5%. I think they offer him 15%. Even at 15%, you can talk to my son. They have not worked. He has not received 1 cent from him. I think he wanted, just in case there are need for legal representation, he wanted him to be his lawyer. He's a counselor at law just like myself. I have a daughter who is also an attorney. I have a brother who is also a counselor at law.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Dr. Richardson, let's do one question each, and we'll ask the councillor to leave us. Then we'll bring in the gentleman in question that owes maybe 45% of the company. It's a Korean gentleman. He's waiting for our call. Then we'll go back to James. Dr. Richardson, your one question, please.
Councilor Cry, as I was saying earlier, I was shocked to hear Mr. Glayu say that he saw the article of incorporation or the register, the place where you register your business. He saw documentation at the business registry that still says that you have 5% of share in the company. And the last time you were here, I asked you, I remember vividly asking you, do you have documentation to show that you relinquished your share in the company? And you said yes. So I'm curious to know why we have not received that document yet, because I think you promised to send that to us.
Well, I know I can't recall if you asked me to send it, but believe me, the documents are available. I'm sure I will track it down tomorrow and send it to you. It can be traced. This is when you amend an article, that amendment is filed with the business registry. I mean, I'm not the owner of the company. I'm not the one who incorporated this company. This man has been in Liberia for more than 30 years. I didn't know him. Okay, and that's all that he had been doing in Liberia. He said he had a big sawmill in the Southeast before the war. I'm sure you talk to him, you can ask him the question. But it was amended. I will send you the amended article that was processed in 2018 or 2019, just about that time.
Okay. I have one question.
I was not a lawyer at the time. 1986, I was still in the law school, so I could not have been a lawyer for him either.
Okay, I'll go to Dwalu. Dwalu, you want to come on because you were
into the show. I know you say you relinquish your share. I want you to understand shares are not relinquished, first and foremost. You ought to redistribute and somebody else buys them. Transferring your share is not relinquishing your share. Do you understand that, sir? Especially to your son.
If I agree, if I have 5%, I could not have relinquished 5% to become 15%. I relinquished my 5% share. My son is a counselor at law. If he had a discussion with this man to have a 15% share, I was not part of it. I was not involved with that. He knew my son. I mean, my son is always with me. But
I understand, Counselor. The issue of your son being a counselor is not important to this matter. The mere fact that he's your son, you can transfer a share to him. He can hold that share in trust for you, but that doesn't mean you relinquish the share. It would just redistribute it to your son to be held in trust. Do you agree with that?
If I have 5%, I cannot relinquish 5% to become 15%. So it's just simple logic. I did not have it. If I have 15% in the company, then my son became 15% shareholder. Maybe that logic will go there. Maybe it was my 15% share I gave to my son. I have 5% share. My son have 15% based on their own negotiation. So I can't. 5% cannot be converted into 15.
Mr. Crow, let me say this to you. Yes, 5% can be converted into 15. The 5% may be an addition to whatever your son held before. It doesn't necessarily mean because you transfer 5%, it becomes automatically 15%. Maybe additional share will bought by your son or given to your son. So we don't make that distinction here. It doesn't mean your son is getting 5 turned to 15. But I want you to, the point I'm trying to make is, sir, you did not relinquish your share. It was transferred to your son. They're not one in the same.
If I was a lawyer, if I transfer my share, I would tell you I transfer my share. I'm telling you, I relinquished my share because I did not want to be shareholder any longer when I became minister. That's what I did. And I understood the implication very well. That's what I did it.
So, but can we also believe? Can we also? Sorry that Dwalu left. Can we also, before Mommy you come in, that the counselor have just said he have documents. Whether he relinquished, whether he transferred, he got document to that 5% that he owed. The 5% he doesn't, and he canceled the cry. It's not on any document to show that the 5% belong to me. Mama, you can come in. I just want us to talk about that document that will clear this whole thing up.
Yeah, Councillor, my question is, I really want you to speak to this article in Corporation of 1986. There's an article in Corporation of 1986 that Mr. Journalist, Mr. Gayu shared with us that has your name with 25%. Can you speak to the authenticity of the 1986 article of incorporation?
I don't have a copy of that 1986 article you're talking about. I can't remember if I had any interaction with this man in 1986, because I know that 1986 I was still in school. To be a lawyer at that time, no. I mean, to be able to do an article for this man, no. I mean, I remember my contact with this man was around, I believe, 2005 or thereabout.
Thank you. The second, yeah.
He comes on accent. You can ask him. Yeah.
My second concern is, I know you said the company had not been making any business. If you would have sold your share at 5%, you think you would have generated any income by selling the share? Why did you not sell the share but just decide to just relinquish it and let it go free?
Because I knew this guy was not doing any business. I mean, I tried my information is concerned. I knew he wasn't doing any business. So I did. I didn't have to talk about selling share. No.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's on the logging business. If you're doing logging business, it's obvious because the FDA will have the information. Whatever you ship, FDA will have the information. So, I mean, I wasn't involved with any of the operations or something. I was basically being a lawyer for him. If he had some legal issue, he brings it to my attention, we handle it. But to say that this was because I wanted to make money out of it per se, no, I did not.
Thank you.
And share, when you have a share, what you get is that when the company declares dividend, then that when they give you something, and I can't be that they made business, he had profit, and they were declaring dividend. I never received any money from him to say I received dividend from him. No, so it was not useful for me to retain my name there when I became minister.
Really?
So, Councillor Quer, how are you? I want us to go back to the basics, and I want to start with when you start a company, there is a board, and it is with that board that you have to make the request to relinquish shares. I want you to please explain to us, because I keep hearing about amendment. I want you to explain what process did you go through to relinquish your shares?
Okay, the process where the board will pass a resolution to say that on this day a decision was made to amend the article, dropping a particular shareholder. In this case, there was a resolution that was passed, and I say on this day, Councillor Kura was no longer a shareholder in the company, and the new shareholders, that particular article of that section of the article, the provision was amended to remove my name and then replace that. Then they will come up with that article be reproduced with the new shareholder's name.
So the reason why I asked you that question, because in my little knowledge that I have, when you decide to relinquish shares, you're relinquishing it to a company. You can't relinquish it to somebody else. So how is it now that we're supposed to believe and understand that you relinquish your share and you're saying that, oh, somebody else, it went to somebody else? How was that done?
Look, I told Mr. Kim, I'm now minister. I cannot be shareholder in your company. he called a board meeting and the past several.
We are not hearing you, Councillor. Your phone is escaping. Hello?
Hello?
Councillor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, you better now, please. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was saying to amend an article, normally there is a board resolution, and then once there is a board resolution authorizing the amendment of the share to draft a shareholder, that is done, and the amended article is now then produced. And there's also, that will be one of the documents that will be available will be the board resolution.
So you have all those documents, correct?
Yeah, I believe that I have a copy of the amended article. I believe I can also trace the board resolution. I'm going to look.
All right, thank you.
James, do you have any question? You that doing this thing now? We have the councillor here. You have any question?
I don't have a question. I have comments to make. The
Please
first clarity we need to get here is that when we published the story in 2022 was when Mr. Kura reacted that he had actually amended the article of incorporation. And we got to pay attention to dates here. So according to Mr. Kura, he amended the article of incorporation in July, on the 12th of July, 2019. That is more than 1 year, 6 months since you are already minister, already enjoying the shares that he had in the company before, according to he amended it. But this is not the issue. The article of incorporation that he's talking about is a fake document. It was a document done to counter what we wrote. Because if the first thing Mr. Kura said that he contacted me, James Gayu, to be at the press conference, that's not true. He tried to bully us. When Dele Ozeba published the story, he didn't even contact me who did the story. He called Dele Ozeba and started to threaten them about lawsuit. And he I don't know what happened, but Front Page Africa did not publish the second version of the story. You understand what I'm saying? So
why are you saying the document, the amendment document?
I listen very patiently.
No, why are you saying it's a fake document, James?
It is a fake document because your son's name is misspelled, and that document is not enrolled at the Liberian Business Registry. Whenever somebody amends an article of incorporation, that document is amended at the article. I mean, it's enrolled at the Liberian Business.
Allow the councillor to address this, please. Allow the councillor. Councillor.
Yes, I mean, it stands. You know, I mean, this is one of the shocking stories that I've been following. This young man, I don't know. I'm sure he's doing this thing for some personal reason. I don't know, but the article of incorporation was amended. The company, I will send it to you. What would it cost me? It doesn't cost any money to do an amendment of article. So why would you say it's a fake document?
How come you can't find it in the registry?
It's a fake document because you wanted to show that we rely on you, so you wanted to cover up.
James gave the councillor a chance. We'll come back to you. Please allow the councillor to finish, please. Councillor?
I'm not. Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, councillor.
Okay, so like I was saying, to amend and are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Okay. What I'm saying, to prepare an amendment of acquire money to say that there was some money that was supposed to be paid for which you want to do a fake document. Why would I do that? And I said that maybe you talk to this man. I said whether he ever paid me 1 cent, because even though I have 5% share, whether he ever paid me 1 cent because I have the share. I never received 1 cent from him. I never received money from him. So to say, look, don't keep me as the shareholder anymore. You can just go ahead with the
All right, we're having problem with Councilor.
I would say something.
Councilor, no, we have to call you back.
The German is writing this.
We have.
You're not hearing me again?
No, we're having very bad problem with from your end. Let's just do the show. We want to call the other gentleman, and if need be, we'll call you back, sir. Please. If you can hear us, we're begging you, please. Go ahead, James.
CEO, the first thing, this is a very important matter. I'm like an expert when it comes to Universal Forestry Corporation. I have reviewed this company's document over the last 2 years, more than anybody else in the whole world, because I'm the one who's been investigating them. So I think this show should do me justice and allow me to provide the evidence. I had not even provided anything, and you call the councilor to come and react. That is not justice to me. Let me make my point, and then you can be even in the best position to understand what I'm saying.
But James, listen, James, we run the show as we see fit. We'll give you enough time, you will make all your points. We just can't sit down to hear you talking and explain a long story. We have to ask
a long story. I gave you
James, listen. James.
So you went into questions that
James, listen.
Allow me to speak. That's the point.
James, listen. You will speak, James. Everybody hearing what you say. It will be fair when you make these allegations and give these reports that we call the individuals involved. That's why Councilor is watching. He's not alone.
So
everybody are watching. So let's continue and allow us to ask you question too. Not everything you say we should accept. Let's ask you questions for the audience to understand.
When Mame called me today, and CEO, when Mame called me today, I made it very clear. I didn't want the discourse to be one man say X and another man say Y, and people are lost in the middle.
Correct.
When I did my article, even the first article in 2022, we provided evidence. The article of incorporation I'm talking about here, the councilor brought the article of incorporation and claiming to have amended it. He did not amend it. The reason he published that article was to do a cover up, but then the cover up backfired. How did it backfire? Look at the morphology of the article of incorporation that he's talking about. The first thing is not registered at the Labrador Business Registry. Under the Business Association Act of 1977, as amended in 2020, when you change your article of incorporation, you have to register that change with the Liberian authorities. If you don't do that, it is not an amendment, it's a bluff. So if you go to the Liberian Business Registry today, the article of incorporation that you will see Councilor Cooper Kura name on it. But let me go to another thing. He said he invited me at the press conference. He has never invited me. The councilor, when I've tried to interview the councilor twice. If the councilor can come here on the show tonight and have these discussions, why wouldn't he allow himself to be interviewed by us 2 times? He couldn't because he didn't have anything to say. The article of incorporation that he has provided here tonight is fake. What the councilor did is pure forgery. And I'm not going to mince my words about that. This is completely wrong. You cannot have somebody who is trying to be the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia forging a document. We are not accusing.
Let me ask you, James. Let me ask you, what the article of incorporation that you have? What can you share with us?
I did already. Can you put it back on the screen? Oh, you talking about the one that he faked?
The one that you said is fake.
Yes, I have it. I have it here, but I gave it to Mame earlier today. Let me see what I can get it.
So my issue is that, for the sake of our audience, Mame, James is saying it's fake. Councilor Cooper Cry is saying it is not fake.
And the only reason why he brought that article up was to make us look like we were lying. And he didn't know that you can. Let's go into the thing and Stanton. In the forestry sector or in the mining sector, he's been talking about forestry. It is true that he hasn't been doing much work in the forestry sector. Where he has really been doing a lot of work is in the mining sector, where he has had a flurry of mining licenses since he became Minister of Posts. If you look at the history of Universal Forestry Corporation, they were not getting mining licenses until Kufuor Kra became minister. Go and check the record. I also gave it to Amula Mame, so you can see.
Do you have the lesson, the mining
I
lesson?
have the lessons as well. I gave it on.
Can you share with us, please?
I have the lessons and I have the law. And when we published the first article saying you are in conflict of interest, he came back, boom. He didn't even do his homework. He came with a fake article in corporation. And when you were saying, I pay all my shares to my son, and now he has 15% shares in the company.
So let me ask you a question. And James, let's calm down. We're not trying to do the I got you moment.
The reason I'm being patient like this, I want the public to understand why it's happening. What I think you were doing, you're completely going to confuse them. Because I'm the one making the allegations. I'm the one produce the document. So at least you are
the one. You should be able to calm down. You should be able to calm down. Let's just take it easy for everyone to understand. Okay? I'm asking for those documents because I do not have them. The one that we have, we all hear that to Richardson Glennie, what was given to us, that's where we're coming from. If you have a folder that have all these things sent Charlie Quintan, share with us. Let's share with our audience. But one thing you should understand, one at a time, we can't just jump all over the place with the different accusations. Now, someone very important asking you this question. There's ethical and grievance committee that deal with lawyers who violate these things that you're talking about. Have you reached out to those committee and complain and show them this document and say we have some ethical issue here with Councillor Kufuor Kra?
Grievance and ethics committee at the Supreme Court, what are you talking about?
And do they have one of which actually today some lawyers been or transferred because of ethical issue? If you're a lawyer with the bar, if you're a lawyer with the Supreme
Court, let me tell you what we did.
Have you tried reaching out to any of them?
No. Let me tell you what we did. When we published the story that Mr. Kra is involved was involved in a conflict of interest, we did not stop there. We wrote the Ministry of Mines and told them about our findings. We wrote the Forestry Development Authority and told them about our findings. If you read our first story, the FDA managing director is on record saying that he would have taken action against Mr. Kra after his investigation.
Did you report this to the National Bar? Did you report this to the Supreme Court? Did you report this to any legal body in the country that can?
No, we didn't report this to the bar. We didn't report this to the police. We stuck with the two government agencies that are responsible for logging and that are responsible for mining. We wrote them. I can show you copies of the email, and I can also share a copy of the letter that we wrote the Minister of Mines. We didn't just sit after the publication. So, like I said, Minister Kra only published that article in corporation he wanted to cover up. But then he still didn't, he doesn't know the law. I heard you question him. Look, the minerals and mining law of Liberia is very clear. When you have a share in a company and then the president appoints you, when you sit down, you should, number one, relinquish your share, meaning you must say, I'm part of that company again, you forget about that share. That's the first option. The second option, you turn it over to a blank trust. You turn the share over to a blank trust. This is the mining law. You turn it over to the blank trust. Blank Trust is an accounting firm that will help you to manage your share to avoid a conflict of interest.
So right now, before we go to Mame and the rest of the team, allow me to ask you, please, right now, do you still believe that Councillor Kufuor Kra have any share in this company?
Yes, Mr. Kufuor Kra has a very good relationship with Universal Forestry Corporation, which he established in 1986. Minister Kufuor Kra has always been an affiliate or significant individual and owner of Universal Forestry Corporation. The reason why he brought about amendment, because he was too big to say, okay, yes, I did it, and let me go now and do the right thing. So he wanted to save his face. So he went over for a cover up, and in doing that cover up, he forced
all of that. I'm just saying right now, does he still own a share in the company?
Yes, yes. And you know the reason why I say yes? Everything I'm saying here tonight is backed by facts. The reason I'm saying yes, if you, Stanton, say you don't want to be a member of Spoon Network anymore, you don't want to be the owner, and you went and wrote your article of incorporation and you did not register it with the Liberia Business Registry, you have not amended your article of incorporation yet.
Thank you.
That's rule number one. Rule number two, even if you register it and took it and gave it to your son, you have not still relinquished it because you gave it to somebody over whom you have control. Both the logging law and the mining law are very, very clear. If you are relinquishing your share, relinquish it or give it to a blind trust. But you can't give it to your son. Because if you give it to your son, it means you still got a say in the company.
All right, James, hold on 1 minute.
Do the math. Do the math for yourself. Universal Forestry Corporation, as soon as Minister Kura became the Minister of Post, they started getting everything they wanted. They got a flurry of mining licenses, like I told you, and before they were not doing that when he wasn't minister. So I don't have evidence of his influence, but you can make the connection yourself. And that was the same time I wish he also got a logging.
All right, James, hold on 1 minute. James, hold on. I got the gentleman that you referred to, the gentleman that Councillor Crab referred to. Let me bring him on. Hello, sir. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Jane Kyung.
Jane Kyung. Where are you joining us from?
What?
Well, where are you calling us from?
I'm my nationality. Huh? Korean.
Okay, where are you right now, James? Where are you right now?
I'm in my office.
You where?
My office, my house.
Yeah, are you in Monrovia, Liberia?
Yeah, it's in Monrovia now, yes.
Thank you. All right, the story about Councillor Cooper Cross. Please allow us to ask you all these questions. Can you give us a history about UFC? Are you the owner?
Okay, I briefly introduce my company. I'm working since 1985 in Southeast region. I'm one of the largest sawmill in this country. I have it. But war coming here, I stayed in the war here, Southeast. I lost all things. And then I tried to start to work after Charles Taylor government coming, all the change the law. And then I tried to work, but every time many difficulties, many obstacles. I couldn't work. And then finally I tried to work again, but the 2002 war coming again. So I evacuated to Sierra Leone. So I was staying in Sierra Leone a couple of years, and then I come back here 2006. But people, as soon as I come here, I got many programs, but legal programs. So I want to looking for a good lawyer, and then somebody introduced me for Councillor Kura. So Councillor Kura, I talked to him, Councillor Kura, I don't have money, but I lost everything. I need the legal protection I need help. Okay, he see my determination. Then he said, okay, I can help you, or I don't want to help it. Okay, I don't have money now, but if I'm starting to work. Actually, our company, since at that time, I tried to apply to abandoned logs by it. So at that time, the Edward Slanger, he has one abandoned logs in Swedru. So I come to ask him to help me. They were working that one. So we buy the tick, the abandoned logs. I tried to work the one. Even though it's not successful, I lose it. But and then after that, I ask you to Councillor Kura, Mr. Kura, I don't even consist of change my article of corporation. So the Edward Slanger and the other Liberian, also other Korean people come here. I put it in. Okay, I don't have money now. If I'm making money, I will pay. But guarantee to I'll give you share 5%. He agreed to help it, but unfortunately, I never make money. Then after that, for about time's gone, new government coming, he said, "Oh, I cannot be your shareholder any longer because I'm the government to work." Then that time, coincidentally, my trend for changing my company to work starting mining instead of the logging, but my investors coming. That the law here, I'm a Liberian law, so but I need for one Liberian 15% shareholder because anything the license for mining license has should be the article of corporation somebody hold for 15% Liberian shareholder. Then I want to recommend it to some people. That's why I asked the council, please recommend to me anybody for looking for, and then so anybody know the law. Oh yeah, my son just come back from America. Maybe he can help you. Then he stopped to work for me and everything for the help it, but he's starting work or the government to work. His son, Prince Kura, come to me that fortunately he's starting work for me, but I couldn't make money even. That's why actually most of the facts I know. Daily newspaper for people they like the newspaper come to interview me, but I don't want. I was a journalist. I was working for people newspaper. I know what they do. So I refused to meet them. Then about 4 years ago, the FDA called me. Oh, supposed to you violation. What kind of violation do I have it? He said, oh, government people cannot be shareholder. No, he's not working. He's not shareholder anymore. Then I go to the. I went to come to FDA lawyer, met the lawyer, make it clarify. I have a new article of corporation. I give to them. Then I have to resolve all the problem, clarify. That's it. Then after they come in, he now work for he doesn't have any longer my shareholder after he be starting work, ministry work, government. I know the Liberian law. I never breaking up to any violation. Please, for the fact is me, I'm the fact. Other people are always fake. Also, that is, I don't want anybody innocent people for by the
all right.
Ignorance with the black.
All right, and allow us to ask you, Mr. Cunha. Allow us to ask you some question, please. We'll be very patient with backing you. Right now, Councillor Cooper Cry, is he still owner in your company?
He's not a shareholder any longer.
Okay.
Any longer, because he asked me when he's starting a minister work, he asked me, I'm the work of government. I cannot be a shareholder.
When was that? What year? What
then
year?
I said, okay, I got new company. We need for shareholder for Liberian shareholder 15% for because of mining for license.
Okay, thank you.
Then
you got a question?
The next close friend is for his son is living with me. Get there. I live in his house.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Let's answer that. Hold on 1 minute. Yeah, hold on.
He's a 50% shareholder. Put it in. What's wrong? Also, the shareholder and management difference.
All right, Mr. Kuya, hold on 1 minute.
Share should be making money, then share. I don't have any money.
Mr. Kuya. Mr. Kuya.
Also for the COVID.
Then Richardson, can you come in?
Yeah. Mr. Kuya, I have a question for you. At what time did Mr. Kura present a document to you stating that he can no longer be...
I lost everything for this country for the vaccines.
Can you ask me that question, Mr. Kura?
He said he lost everything.
Yeah, but we're asking for dates.
He said he lost all his documents.
Check it about Liberia. How many logging company working now? Nobody.
Mr. Kura, I'm not asking you about the logging company. Mr. Kura.
No, environmental program, any NGO people coming.
The men in that crowd.
I don't know what it is.
Check the law. Okay, PUP, private user coming. And then after that, the moratorium coming. Everything stopped. You lose your game.
Hello?
You're changing the law.
Let me ask you some questions.
Well, what is that?
Mr. Kuya.
Where I walk? Where can I walk?
Mr. Kuya.
Why are you angry, Mr. Kuya?
They newspaper was asking me.
All right, so Mr. Kuya, let's let you go. Mr. Kuya, let's let you go. We'll call you back. So let's go ahead, folks. We just needed to understand, but hey, James, can you hear us, James?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I don't know that man need to come back. That man.
What really you understanding?
You can understand Korea?
Yeah, but man.
I understand. How about I put a handful on because I
understand Korea, man.
No, but I was trying to keep the words. If I didn't
understand us.
You want to ask him, Fadiga?
It was difficult, Fadiga.
What I thought I understood was, and there was one time that when he was
CDC brother man in the country.
So I assumed that was the time he relinquished it because that was the time he became minister. I don't know about prior time.
Well, I don't know about crap. I'm not talking about Cooper crap. This Korean man, it's very hard for us to understand him. He's not understanding us. So let's just move ahead. James.
No, let me see what
it's all right for the guy. Let's move ahead. Let's bring in James.
My thought about this, if Mr. Krag told him that I can no longer serve in your company because I'm in the government, did he ask Mr. Krag, do we have any legitimate paper? Did he sign any paper for Mr. Krag to go re-register?
Why you gonna ask it? They make it even understand anything you say. But I'm moving ahead now. Let you guys have questions.
Let ask the man. Let ask James that question.
So, Dr. Richardson, you have a question for James?
No, James. The only thing I have is a statement. I saw that there were an amendment to the article of incorporation that was registered at the business. There was an amendment made that where Mr. Krag dropped his share ownership to 5%. But then Mr. Krag is telling us that he relinquished his share. He said that he has a document, and you are saying that that document is not registered. According to you, search this up and down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But then you told us that there were more transactions made on the mining side.
Yeah.
And so they were making money on the mining side and not the logging side.
Yeah.
Up until when? What were the time frame for that?
Up to today, they still make money.
So Mr. Krag is still making money?
Of course. You see, that everything we do in government is done officially. If you relinquish your share, the counselor is a lawyer. In their law profession, they place a lot of emphasis on procedure. So even if you go to court online, if you miss the procedure, the person can go free because of procedural error. It's very important. The law is clear. If you are going to relinquish your shares, you must first of all register it with the business registry, which is by law there to record your amendment. That's the law. And when you do that, because you can pay for amendment, you pay small thing, I think $10, the equivalent of $10 US. So when you pay that money, that that money will be reflected on your tax payment record. So now, Spoon can tell me, say, I pay for registration for 2023 and I go on the tax payment record, I don't see anything there. Then it means something happened there. So Spoon can say, we change our article of incorporation and go to the Liberia Business Registry. I don't see that you have dropped from the article of incorporation and give it to your, and then your son now is the new shareholder. So now that's something I wanted us to discuss. The law is clear. The law is the law. The mining law, because the company has mining licenses, so it's a mining company as well. The mining law is clear. If you're going to relinquish, you either relinquish your share, you turn them over to a blind trust. You know why they're doing that? For you to not be able to exercise control, so that you can take off phone and say, my man, we want for you to send so and so thing to Universal. You know that my company there. So the law knew that. And this is a 2000 law. This is a very tyrannical regime that put this law together. But still, it makes a lot of sense here. But if you want to understand that law better, go to the forestry side, because he's also a logging company. The forestry law is clear. If you are to if you are a government official and you won't be involved in conflict of interest, you relinquish your share, you turn it to a blind trust, or you give it to somebody outside of your control. People like Stanton, he doesn't have control over Stanton. So you can say, Stanton, I place my share in your possession. I can't call you and tell you what to do. You're getting rid of conflict of interest. And conflict of interest are very important.
Thank you, Chance. Let me bring the other people. Guys, let them bring those that just jumped in. Or Mame, hold on yet. Minister,
I'm not on the matter.
Okay, go ahead, Mame. Go ahead. Then.
Yeah. So, James, few things I want us to really put in perspective.
I mean, why you just join from people? What kind of thing is so?
But I've been here before you.
You just coming there and saying the man, Jack, are you serious?
I've been here before you.
Oh, Mame, go ahead.
Yeah, but James,
he wanted to speak Korea, he will Korea invest.
James, let's put a few things in context here.
Yeah.
One, I can understand how you say somebody's son who is an adult and a lawyer, counselor at law, that he still has control over the person. You can make assumption that because it's your son, so you transfer, but they say you have control over him, who is an adult and also a counselor at law. I see it difficult to agree with you that you have control over your son who is a counselor at law only because he's your son. You can make inference. The second thing is, you can make inference. The second thing is, he disputed the 1985 Article of Incorporation. 1986 Article of Incorporation. I really want you to emphasize, to speak to that, because that's a very critical issue. His Article of Incorporation that he filed, you said is fraudulent because it's now lodged into the government registry. He is saying the 1985, 1986 Article of Incorporation that you have, that has his name with 25%, he said up to 1986, he was still in the law school. I want you to really speak to that, to defend your story on it. Lastly,
thank you.
Lastly, I want you to also clarify this. There's a difference between the code of conduct that governs all the public officials and the mineral law that governs the Minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy. I was reading the code of conduct. I've not read it extensively, so I don't want to make definitive statements. Since you be investigating this matter, I really want you to speak to it. I was reading the code of conduct, section 9.11 says you can relinquish your authority or your share if you are presiding over a sector or in a business that you have direct interest. So, for example, that's the code of conduct. For example, if Councillor Cooper Crowd, who is responsible for post and telecommunication, has a business in post and telecommunication, he has to relinquish. That's why the code of conduct is saying in section 9.11. But serving as a minister of post and telecommunication and serving and having interest in mining agreement is what I want you to really speak to, what the law has to say about that.
Okay, so the first thing, my story really didn't dwell a lot on the code of conduct, because one of the reasons is that it's like a two-flare bulldog. I thought that we don't even have the ombudsman. I think you heard the president in his annual message when he mentioned and trying to establish an office of the ombudsman, who is supposed to make sure that the code of conduct is enforced. I focus mainly on the mineral and mining law of Liberia and the National Forestry Reform Law. So section, maybe your colleagues here can put up this law, section 4.2 of the mineral and mining law of Liberia. This is a 2000 law. So it's on eligibility for mineral rights. Let me go way down. The president, the vice president of Liberia, any member of the national legislature, justices of the Supreme Court, and judges of subordinate courts of record, cabinet minister, that managing director of public corporation, and during their tenure in office cannot have the right to mine. Having the right to mine means the document, yes. Having the right to mine means you're a shareholder in a mining company, and then our company is actively doing mining. So it means you have rights in the mining.
So meaning the mining law covers him. Wherever you work in, the mining law covers you. Having
of course, even janitors in the government. Even janitors in the government are not allowed to have mining rights. So this is where he contradicts the law, and see what the law says. However, in the event that any of the foregoing person was already a holder of a minimal right prior to assuming the functions of the office, then such person may either dispose of such minimal right or place such mineral right in a blank trust. Very clearly, a Minister Kura had a right in the industry prior to being the Minister of Post. The law said he should have relinquished that share, turn it to a blank trust. That's what the mining law is saying. I didn't bring the portion of the logging law, which is the National Forestry Reform Law. It talks about the same thing, but it goes just one step further. You either relinquish, you place it in a blank trust, or you give it to somebody over whom you have no control. Now, let's go to your first point. You are arguing that even though because the man is a counselor at law, so his father doesn't have control over him. I think I'll leave that for the lawyers to discuss. The law is clear. The law didn't want any nepotism in this thing. The law wanted you to be for the person to be outside of your influence. And I think if you have a son, even if he becomes a bishop, you got some kind of influence over him. So I don't know whether I answer your question. So back to the issue of the article incorporation. Now,
James, time to ask you questions as well. Can you be brief in your answer, and then I was going to go.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. So with the issue of the article incorporation, and Mame in 1986 established the institution. 2007 he had 25% share. Now 2007 he dropped it to 5%. It has never been changed since 2007. That is my key. That's the key finding of our investigation. Minister Cooper Kura has not amended the article of incorporation since 2007. I went to Minister Cooper Kura to talk to him about this matter. If he had actually amended the article, he would just say, my son, I did that thing. But when he didn't even want to speak to us. So by the time we did the story, a couple of days after the story, then he said, oh, I amended it in 2019, which was still been 1 year, 6 months into his term as Minister of Post. So he was 1 year, by his own terms, he was 1 year, 6 months into conflict of interest, in his own word. But I tell you, he has always been in conflict of interest because the particular amendment he's talking about is not registered at the registry. It's not reflected on his tax payment record. He has never changed his article since 2007. That's what the finding says.
Okay, James, thank you. Fadiga.
My question is, I'm looking at a piece of document. Can you put that document back? The one from the Universal Forestry stuff. Are you saying that this is wrong? Because if I heard the gentleman that came from Korea, in my little Korean that I understood, he was simply saying that agreeing with Mr. Councilor Kura that at some point, Councilor Kura, when he was appointed, to him that he didn't want to be part of the company again. He was relinquishing his share. And because Liberia forestry law requires that one Liberian at least hold 15% of share in the company for it to operate in Liberia. His son took that role, and I think he said he lived with the guy.
He recommended his son.
Yeah, he recommended his son. So I'm looking at a document that have Prince Kura, even though they misspelled it or whatever it is. You claiming that it could be an oversight. But this document look authentic to me. Are you saying that this document is not correct?
The document
it was done in 2019.
It was done in 2019 in July. Is that July 12th?
No, this is January, I think.
No, check the time.
They say January. The 22nd day of January, 2019.
22nd day of January 2019. So that's like almost a year after he was.
Yeah, but what I want to know is it authentic?
No, it's not.
Is this fake?
It's fake. You know why it's fake? Because he has not been enrolled. I keep saying this. When you change,
how can we verify that?
So we verify. We went to the business registry and were able to access the company's article of incorporation within the system.
All right, I'm in town now. I was there. I did some company. Yeah. I can't say much until I go there. I'll probably go there on Monday to see if we can verify this and see what we can find.
You can also go and verify at the Ministry of Mines, because if you have an amended article of incorporation, it can also be stored within your file at the Ministry of Mines. You can also go to the Forestry Development Authority. Everywhere he's doing business, all the authorities should have that article. And if you check there, all of them got the article that I have. They don't have the one that he put in all that he misspelled something.
I don't think we can go back and forth with this.
Yeah, let's wrap this thing up.
Verification. I don't think it was just he, she. So I don't think we'll go part.
You're not really taking my word. I'm providing you documents.
Well, how do we know that is an authentic document that you're providing?
No, he has never argued that.
That's what I'm saying. We're just taking your word for it, because until we can verify it with some other document, then we're just taking your word for it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. James, man, it's always good to have you. If you want to join us next week, once Fadiga just said that he have opened so many companies in Liberia. I just want us to grab that.
Oh, you didn't hear right? You hearing Chinese?
Mama, you heard him saying it though.
Oh,
just said it.
I heard it.
No, seriously. You know, I grabbed
this. You open a lot of companies.
Yeah,
we are here to provide jobs for our people. That's part of our.
Can I ask James one more question before he leaves?
Go ahead, Doc.
But you cannot, because Minister Doe got to speak and Remy Gray got to speak. I beg you to hold on.
Minister Doe myself to spoon tonight, so I won't.
All right, but no, he's here. I want us to move
the Attorney General of the Republic of Liberia.
James, hold on 1 minute. James, to make this thing so interesting, it would be good that, you know why? It is not about James. It should never be about James. It should just be about the fact that you're giving the Liberian people. But if you make it too personal, then people will look at you that maybe you get something against the councillor. But once you carry on your investigation, let the Liberian people decide. And that's why we're asking this question. And, you know, trust me, we're just doing it for Liberia. But I want us to talk about this real quick, but we'll be respectful to Minister Doe and Remy Gray. They want to close up on this thing. I beg you, Dr. Richardson, I ask 3-4 questions. Minister Doe, Dr. Richardson don't want you to ask your question because you know exactly her position. But I will give you the time you ask question, Minister Doe, and then Remy Gray will come in. The former Deputy Minister, Gary Ito Asedo.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be back here. James, welcome. My first time seeing you. I'm not sure I have much to ask, but let me just get a yes or no from you. Probably it must have been discussed before I came in. Pardon me if you were. Do you know Mr. Kura from anywhere? Have you had any business dealing with him?
No.
What exactly is your end goal? After everything you say, what do you hope to see?
Answer my question.
I don't have a specific end goal. We come from the daylight where we do environmental investigations. So if you do your own research, I think we've done almost 60 environmental investigations. We have really flagged a lot of issues in the forestry sector, in the mining sector. Minister Kura just happens to be one of the persons we investigated. So there's nothing personal about it. The reason why I'm here tonight, because as part of our career as investigative journalists, we are supposed to defend and promote our investigation. The reason why we investigate is for something to happen. So we don't want a situation where our ministers are also shareholders in companies. And take it from me, there are many stories coming out like this.
So thank you.
Not necessarily for me.
All right, thank you. And just to end, my brother, I'm not from UP. Like I will always say, I'm not here to defend anything from UP. I'm here to talk Liberia. But in my mind, if you are taking a path that concerns the character of someone, you want to be so very well sure that whatever you are putting out is 100% true, because you risk a lot of things, especially from the person. If something turns out not to be as accurate as you said it, I want to say thanks for everything you do for Liberia, and let's hope whatever you want to achieve is achieved, and everything you do is nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Just before you go, the first time we wrote this story, the only thing we wanted from Minister Kura was to do the right thing. Relinquish your share, turn it over to a blind trust, or give it to somebody outside your control. Finish.
Thank you. Thank you, Conor Gray. Your question, Conor Gray, please.
Francine, have you you've exhausted your question? You can take my time.
Thank you, Conor Gray. Thank you very much. Francine, you can take your ANC brother time.
Glendy didn't ask any question. Yes, she was in and out. So Glendy,
let me ask her. Okay,
I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you.
Let's move on now. Everybody gave the question out, then we got to move on.
Actually, I have a question. I was just giving the opportunity for others to ask as well. My question is in regards to what former Minister Du was saying. What do you say to people who are saying that you're trying to blackmail Councillor Kura?
It's easier to answer than that. When you blackmailing someone, you're telling the person, hey, if you don't do what I'm doing, if you don't give me something, then I'm going to go public. That has never been our motive. That will never be. I've been a journalist for over 20 years. A lot of people know me in this country. Before I started doing investigative environmental journalism, we were the ones talking about transitional justice. I've written countless number of stories that talk about victims, and how we need war and economic crime code in this country. Just my trip related to doing environmental investigation, just 2021. But most of my life I spent talking about war crimes and crimes against humanity. So I have a track record. I'm a stringer with Reuters News Agency. I also do some reporting for Monka Bay, one of the biggest environmental platforms in the world. And a lot of Liberians are not used to people investigating people. This country is so suspicious. A lot of people got a lot of hidden motives. If you ask Mr. Mambe, when the first thing he reached out to me today, I'm like, I don't want this to be an argument show. I want it to be all about evidence. I'm not saying we are 100% perfect. We have our own flaws, but on this matter, this is something I've been on since 2019. I told you I have taken my time to investigate.
Can I take 15 seconds?
Can I ask one?
I beg you guys, because we got to move to Western Cluster, and it's so good to have James here. I will give you guys. No. I will give you guys. Mommy, let me give you the last 15 seconds. We already got to talk.
I will tell the two questions. I give one out.
Let Mambe go ahead.
Yeah, because Dr. Richardson and the former minister raised the issue about the timing of the discussion. I know Harding. I know the work he does. I doubt why he sits here that he's doing this to blackmail the minister. I doubt it. I think he's passionate about what he's doing. He's investigating potential fraud. He's investigating people who are undermining mineral development laws. Minister Kra has provided strong defense for himself on this show. He brought another person. They provided strong defense against the information that Harding has provided. I think the next step to this, since it's around timing, if we had a serious legislature, they would have investigated and gave Mr. Kra the opportunity to clear himself so that he doesn't be a minister of justice with all the noise behind him. I think he has the facts, he has the evidence. You should give him the opportunity to defend himself rather than cover up like they already started doing. When you get problem, just come to the legislature. We'll not ask you any question around it. We'll just let you go. You should avoid that. But I doubt that Harding is doing this to blackmail anybody. I trust the work he does.
Never.
Thank you. What do you know about Western Cluster? The reason why I'm asking, I want us to get into Western Cluster. We'll go to Conor Gray to ask his first two questions on Western Cluster. But you say you've been doing this environmental journalism, investigating folks, and some of your story came up when we had the EPA director, Winston Tape. Of course, we're going to discuss that. I was looking for the individual that wrote that piece, but it was you. And Winston Tape categorically denied your story at the time, but it's still hanging out there. Let's talk about Western Cluster. Today we receive information, and I pray I can call Edwin Snow. I hope he answered. I didn't tell him I was going to call him. But we received information concerning this Western Cluster, which is so important. There was a meeting here today that Western Cluster have gone and they broke all of the agreement, every last one of the agreement. They have no respect for the mineral development agreement that they put together, nothing whatsoever. They went against everything, the roads, the work, the labor, everything, the money they owe. They have not paid a dime. Promises that were made to the Liberian people and people of Bomi, people of Bapolu, people of Grand Cape Mount. Promises that were made to the very Edwin Mervyn Snow and the Minister of Landsman. They broke it all. Promises that were made to George Weah and Samuel Tweeden on that $14.5 million. They are now demanding that the guys then pay it back. I want Liberians to hear this and hear this very well. What do you know? Today, Bomi, Bapolu, and Grand Cape Mount Legislative Caucus met with Western Cluster CEO. They met him today. We announced that because that's a fact. And in the meeting, which was presided over by the Senate Chairman on Investment, Senator Nyumene Batekwa. At the meeting, the following things were discussed. I share with you guys Western Cluster. They have defaulted on the MOU and MDA. So they should pay the full amount waived by the Weah-led government. That amount that we're talking about is the $14.5 million. Key reason for the waiver were that Western Cluster will provide jobs for Liberians. They didn't. The kind of job that Conor Gray will put his neck on the chopping board for, that you'll lock those people up. Like, I like Conor Gray in these instances. Get them out. Lock them up. Prosecute them. They didn't provide the jobs, like it said over here. Improve the health care system, education system, and construct new housing unit in Bomi and Cape Mount. Nothing. Said Western Cluster took over. Nothing. Number two, I share the information with you guys. Rehabilitate the Bomi Monrovia Road. I want to call the newly elected representative, DJ Blue. The road all the way coming to Douala is the worst in the history of Africa. Construct a railway in 3 years from Bomi to Bamboja in Grand Cape Mount County. They have operated for about 2 years. No sign of construction. None whatsoever. So let Liberian people hear this for themselves, how Western Cluster have failed the Liberian people. Western Cluster failed to pay USD $2 million per annum to the 3 counties for the last 2 years. Zero. They refuse to pay it. Number 6, as per the road permit, Western Cluster is to transport iron ore from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. But they have repeatedly violated the agreement by transporting iron ore as early as 5 p.m. Glendy, you were asking a question. You were asking that question. Y'all start 7 p.m. They say no. They started at 5 p.m., 2 hours early. The message of the road, the Western Regional Caucus is recommending. Now, these are the recommendations from Edwin Snow, Alex Tyler, Sam Taylor, Deborah Vabala, Senator Boto Kane. Americana were absent from the meeting today. But these are the recommendations. We hope they can hold on to that. To halt Western Cluster operation till all of the above concerns are fully addressed through a restated NDA. Liberian people, you're here. They want to shut them down. They want to stop them. Do not take one piece of iron ore. Stop it, shut it down. And let's go and revise our whole MDA. So again, folks, those that were in the meeting with the CEO of our Western Cluster, Senator Edwin Melvin Snow, Senator Alex Stallard, on the campaign trail, we heard from Alex Stallard. He said he was going to be very, very straight up with Western Cluster. Those are the two senators from Bowman County. From Kidman County, you have Senator Simon Titter and Senator Deborah Vapala. Vapala, you have Boto Kane, because apparently American had other meeting. He came in late and he had a missed schedule. Here we are, folks. Let me hear from you, and we'll keep James for last, because I think he after this story like a hawk. That's what Rich is saying. That's what Rich is saying.
And Stanton, could you just permit me to leave?
If you want to leave, then you go first.
Yeah, I want to leave. So let me just. I haven't investigated the Western Cluster. I tried in the past. I just forgot about it due to safety issue. But obviously, you have always known that this wouldn't be successful. You had an MDA or bigger document, and that MDA is put together by the Inter-Ministerial Concession Committee that comprises NIC, Ministry of Justice, and other functionaries of government. They are responsible to put the MDA together. Then that one failed. Then people went mango someone away. Then they said they signed MOU. How in the world you expected that thing to work? It wouldn't have worked. You carrying iron ore on one of the smallest roads in the country, one of the oldest, of course. Obviously, that's disastrous. The people who sign that deal they are anti-Liberians. They don't love their country. They don't love the people. So I'm not surprised. I just wanted to close on this note that something I haven't said before I leave. The Universal Forestry Corporation we talk more about Minister Okura. That company is bad. That company should not even be participating in forestry. That company was one of the companies that were barred by the Forestry Reform Law and Regulation 103.07 of the forest of the TENCO regulation says that all the companies that participated before 2006, companies such as Universal Forestry Corporation should not even be participating in forestry. The one company with Minister Okura have been all along violating these laws. They were here during the PUP scandal. Minister Okura was there by that time. He was not minister. They participated in one of the worst scandals in the forestry history, where 2.5 million hectares of forest land were illegally awarded. He didn't stop there. He also found his way back into the system. He's now suppressing the people of Sezouple in his own administrative district of Nima County. So I didn't even talk about that because what basically
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back next time. You'll have the time next week if you can.
Yeah, we should really talk about this. It's a lot.
And we should talk also about EPA as well. The Western topic piece that you guys brought up. So, but it's good to have you, James. We hope we will see you next week. Thanks a lot.
Thank you sorry for my forcefulness. I was just trying to.
No, that's you. It's in your blood. They can take it away. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Let's go now to Western Cluster, and I hope that one of these senators can help us understand today. It's bad for the region, though. It's very, very bad. Everything that was promised, the people just taking the iron ore and making money, and they care less.
Why should they care? We waived so much, millions and millions of dollars initially. When the contract was signed, they've been violating the laws forever. Nobody ever checked them. So why should they care? And so the people of Bowman, of those three counties, should have received $2 million. They never received it. And it can't get any worse. So whether they're there, whether they're not there, the people are still suffering. They're not making any impact positively on their lives. So I mean, the senators are right to halt their operation, and I hope that the senators have a plan, a goal in mind, an end goal, in order for the people of Bowman to benefit from this, from the company.
Glendy?
So I know we're hearing about the meeting today. My question would be, Senator Snow has been there, Boto Kane has been there. What's the urgency today? This is not just happening today. They're just not breaking the rules today. The rules have been bad, going there for a while. So what is the urgency? Did they just break it 2 weeks ago? Did they suddenly realize that things are not going the way it should have been going? I mean, I hope this leads to something, but These are the things that you have to hold your leaders accountable for. They've been there, they've been a part of the process. It is only now that we're seeing them acting. We hope we appreciate that they're acting, but hopefully this gets this time it will be for real and not after 2 or 3 weeks we'll go back to where we are. Even the pair on a Perry or wherever they do the transporting of the somebody just texted that place is almost broken down. What they're using this morning, a couple of people reached out that the roads are being destroyed, and they're in Liberia. These are our leaders in Liberia. They're seeing it, so it shouldn't be a last minute effort. This company has been there for a long time. These things has been happening, and nothing's been done. So we appreciate the fact that they're acting now, and hopefully will yield to something.
Wow, that Conor Gray, I wanted to get our sister out of the way, but you come in, man. You're hearing this report, Conor Gray. It's scary for Liberians, though.
You know, Stanton, sometimes these guys, when the beginning of a new term of the legislature, they come in with all this sweet talks and all that stuff, made in the way when they exchange brown envelopes and people start backing off. That's the country we've had for 100 and some more years. I'm not too optimistic given the individuals that are named spearheading some of this initiative. But I think Western clusters violated the term of reference, specific performance. They have not kept their part of the bargain, so I don't know why we should still be lolling with them around here. I think the law of contract is supposed to take effect. If they have not met their part of the bargain, why are we still engaging them? Matter of fact, stop their operation and move for termination of the contract, because you have to be rigid in order for these people to respect you. Other than that, they're going to see few individuals who are hungry for money, and that will be the end of it. And I appreciate people like James who just left. At least the small man will be there making noise. Somebody will hear it. And when people like us speak it up, it makes sense, And I hope. Look, I'm not optimistic. When I hear the names behind this, my skin cringes because I know at the end of the day, it's just water on dog back. It's just going to wash under the bridge, and then we'll go back to business as usual. Our people will always collect the environmental hazard. Going on those roads, that Babangida Highway was one of the best we had. If they say Nana is the worst, so I don't know where we are as a people, because those construction George Weah did were just window dressing, naming himself road medicine and so on, all those rubbish. But I look forward to a country where
Conor Gray, let me ask you a question. Do you think now the guys coming up, those senators, 6 of them, though you have Americano, because of schedule, you were off that meeting. They met the CEO of Western Cluster. Are you saying this is just a bluff?
When you've been burned before, what sort of ice fall will give you hope that you will not be feeling the pain from the burns? We've seen it. Right now, it's the beginning of a term, so everybody trying to pretend to be the good guy. But wait halfway. Look, monkey, as we say, doesn't hide its the color of his palm or hand. And so this individual have not had any luck sticking with the truth. So why should I believe them now that Christ is coming tomorrow? Why should I believe that? And my brother, it's disheartening, but these are the lawmakers we have. We want us to just remain hopeful, because that's how we've lived by for the last 170 some more years. But just watch. Pretty soon that whole thing will die down. You see Western Cluster moving as business as usual. What that tells you is that they've seen who they have to see. You and myself will make noise with tire. I mean,
Hussein. Thank you, Conor Gray. Hussein. We are not hearing you. We are not hearing you. All right. So when you get on, we'll try to hear. We are not hearing you, Hussein. But that Rich is saying the issue. Look at the the media. Let me bring in Mommy. Mommy, help us with this one.
Western Cluster.
Yes, the Western Cluster breakdown we just gave.
Yeah, you see, Western Cluster and the situation that Harding Gayu, the journalist, were just talking. They just seem to align with the whole thing about the mismanagement of natural resources in the country. And that model has just been existing years in, year out. It has not changed. It's not only about George Weah and Western Cluster. It's a historical thing. George Weah was just more reckless and irresponsible in the way he proceeded. But the objective have not changed. That objective have always been big companies make millions, powerful public officials get rich, and the masses of the people suffer. That has been the model on the use of natural resources in Liberia. Big companies make millions, government officials get rich, the masses of the people suffer. And the Western Cluster case is just one example. You saw the case with the diamond from Bapolu County. The diamond left from in the village. It came to Monrovia. Who you heard benefited? The person who bought it, which is the big company, and took it to China or whatever, they took it to Saudi to make their millions. Government officials were alleged to have stolen some of the money. The village from where the diamond came from received dollar. No $1 did not receive. The same thing with Western Cluster. Western Cluster had a mineral development agreement, a law that says they should deposit money in the bank so that when they cause any environmental problem, they don't need to go to them and ask them. You just go take the money from the bank and address that problem. That mineral development agreement says they must create a comprehensive job plan with timeline, how they will provide jobs. Their taxes, how they will pay. All the agreements were written, signed. The Weah administration was bringing Western Cluster back, stepped aside that agreement, and went for an MOU. What is even disturbing in the MOU is, the MOU says you will give Western Cluster the license before Western Cluster make the $5 million payment. You will give the license before they provide the $5 million payment. Section 2.1, Section 2R of that agreement says, give me the license before I pay the $5 million. When the agreement that existed say you must provide your job plan, how you provide job, you must deposit money in the environmental restoration fund, you must provide your linkages plan, your environmental plan before they can issue you license. So it's not strange today that after years, Western Cluster have not lived up to either the MOU or the agreement. It's not strange because the original structure and modality for doing natural resources in the country is for the companies to make millions, politicians get rich, and the masses of the people suffer. That has not changed. It has been consistent across government. We're hoping that President Bouaka will change that model. That is our hope. And the legislature will stand up to help in that process. But the way we see the legislature now behaving, that when people are having grave allegations, they will say, come to us, come quick to us. We will conduct a hearing and will not ask you questions. We'll evade the issue and present ourselves as a clearinghouse so that once we clear you, it means you clear. If the legislature can change that attitude and the president can think about appointing somebody in the mineral development sector like the land, mines, and energy with competence, qualification, good track record, a commitment to serve, and all of us here, including people in the media, can begin to hold them accountable, hopefully it will change. Otherwise, that model will remain consistent. Companies will come in the country, they will make millions, few officials will get rich, and the people will continue to suffer.
Wow. Isaac?
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. You know, this Western cluster issue seems to be very long going, and I'm hoping that there can be an end in sight sometime soon. That we get back to having those taking parts of our lands benefiting to give much more back to the country because they are taking a lot. You know, during the campaign, we went to the bombing site, and I can assure you that almost everyone we were talking to, Western cluster, like there will always be, you know, the issue of Western cluster. It told me that something may not be going on right. And again, I think the senators were very right to come in and try to ensure that the company plays by the rule and plays safe. I mean, you've had an arrangement with the government, and I thought the real-led government was generous enough to seek the interest of the people and waiving some fees in return for things that will benefit majority of Liberians by having them, you know, improve on the housing, the schools around the place, hospitals, the road, and of course they accepted, they agreed, and so the government felt it was a good thing. Okay, you are coming to do all of these things that when we put together could be even more than what you should have given us in cash. So let's do that for the people and let the people lives be improved. They couldn't do any. They didn't, you know, do. I wouldn't say any. They may have done some, but I know they did not come through with their part of the bargain. And I thought it was fair for the senators to come in, and that's why. I mean, I always trust Senator Snow. I know he will step in when the right time is there, in the interest of the people, and that should be the right thing to do. But before I end very quickly, let me just say something. My brother Omame, you are a very smart guy. No one can take it from you. But you know, sometimes we are angry, or maybe we overspeak, or we just sly wasning. You know, earlier on you said something about if we had serious legislature. As a person who's worked in government in the country, I want to, you know, respectfully come against that statement. If we have, I do believe we have. There are serious men and women in there who are headers. The people voted for them because they trust their ability, and I think we should give them, you know, the benefit of the doubt and be a little mindful in how we put words outside against them. I wanted to add it. Thank you.
You want me to respond to that?
Sure. Then we'll go to Fatika.
So you see, the thing about seriousness, everybody have their own measure of what they consider a serious legislature. So if you consider what's been happening in the legislature and what's happening there now to be seriousness, that's not my measurement of a serious legislature. You can have a legislature where officials there are not asking for budget performance report. You can have a serious legislature where people sitting in the legislature are running companies that are destroying public corporations, like the NTA. You cannot have a serious legislature like that. You cannot have a serious legislature that calls confirmation to evaluate public officials. And when critical issues are raised, intentionally evade those issues. That's not a serious legislature. You can have a serious legislature that does not even have a website to go and assess. You cannot have a serious legislature where legislators are using their private emails to communicate on government issues. That's not a serious legislature. You cannot have a serious legislature where staff are not paid well. You cannot have a serious legislature like that. So if you consider that to be a serious legislature, that's up to you. A serious legislature will not sit and allow a mineral development agreement to change to an MOU. That's not a serious legislature. But I mean, we can disagree. If you consider,
no, Mr. Doe, are you paying attention? Are you in class, Mr. Doe? Are you taking notes? No, it seems to be that you didn't hear, Mame.
No, I usually don't see this as a contest argument. It's okay.
Not a contest argument. It's a fair argument. You said
no. What I'm saying, CEO.
No. Don't CEO me. You said you guys are very serious. Now, Mame is telling the reason why you think that some of them are not serious.
Again, like I've said, we want to be on a platform that gives some respect to our elders in the national legislature. You can pin all of the flashy picture of the globe on how you want it to be. All of the sweet things you can bring it up. That's
wow.
What serious legislature will exist for over 18 years? what serious legislature will exist for over 18 years? And I even muster that courage to say, come and conduct an audit to review our activities. And the new leadership is not even showing any symptoms of readiness to conduct that audit. Yes, there are some good men there. I can put my neck here, I can argue, I can be defense for Darius DeLong. I've done it over and over. I may disagree on the approach of how he went with
some of the issues,
how he went with confirmation proceeding, but I can put it up for him. I put my neck here up for Amara Kone. I say he will be a good senator. I've said it. But the body as an institution, as per my measure, is unserious.
Mama, thank you very much. Mama, thank you very much. You know, we're talking about Western Cluster, but again, with 3 weeks to go, I think it's about time. When you see Acid don't turn his back, that's exactly what they usually do as sedition, because they have no substance, nothing to talk about. They turn it back when you're trying to educate them. And to tell you the truth.
Oh no, man, can I educate me?
I think Mama trying to educate you and you're turning your back. I believe you should be suspended from class. You need to pay attention. Fadiga.
I have said mine, and that's about it. That's fine. I don't kill nobody to
Stanton just enjoy the drama, and we just
continue. Again, I know what
it's not a drama, Fadiga. So guys,
you just off the drama. That's why you want
in there.
I will agree with former Minister Doe. So that will increase the drama. I do agree with him. I think we are seeing some change in the legislature.
Because you need to go for confirmation when they appoint you. When they appoint you, you got to go for confirmation. You got to agree. No problem.
You know, that's why all this time Fadiga just turning around and Glenny have complained. She's seriously complaining.
Mama, that's a good one.
I'm a good poop on a farm, bro.
Don't try to put words in my mouth. You see, y'all say the poor body, poor doing one good thing, we can praise the I say I agree with you, yeah. Now, the only time I will agree with you on this platform. But let me say this. Look, the mere fact that these guys, look, I think Senator Snowe, look, a lot of those senators and lawmakers were punished during in the elections for decisions they made over the years to agree with the president 99.9% of the time. And the Liberian people paid them. They fired them, a lot of them. So when I see these kind of maneuver, I think Senator Snowe is one of the senators that I admire the most. I like his politics. Sometimes I disagree with some of the way he carry about it, but I think with the 14 million that was waiving, all the other things that went with this Western Cluster, he was looking for a loophole, and they found the perfect loophole, and now they can nail them. I think we should commend it. But the whole thing, I still cannot understand how will people make this kind of deal. Look, there are so many things that will get wrong with this whole deal. The environmental impacts. I was reading something the other day about something called iron oxide, like the foam from that thing. Whoever thought that it was a good decision to put trucks on roads that we do not even have? We're talking about the impact on the road, put extra strain on the road. Those big trucks, I was going across the other day, I saw a bunch of those trucks. They in convert 3, 4, 5, and more other cars. You know, why couldn't they find another way? Why can't they use the rail system, use other means instead of that truck? Something. I think if they ever thought that this would have benefited the Liberian people, I think the bad or the good that would have come from this whole deal. So now the fact that they are revisiting it, I think is a step in the right direction. I think we should join them and see how we can make it better, rather than keep beating on these guys. I don't think they're going to get it perfect. Look, we all know the American government said it. We all know there are a lot of problems in our legislature, but honestly, this one I do commend the meeting that they had today. I will be looking out to see the outcome, but I think it's a step in the right direction. And I must commend Senator Snowe and the rest of the guys. I know Amara Khan is one of the good guys we have in there. A.B. Darius Dillon, I have no doubt in his ability. But this deal was a bad deal, especially with the trucking of iron ore in our streets. We already have a health sector that we cannot even handle. To add another strain, iron ore does cause lung disease. It causes a lot of all the pollution in the air. I don't think that those trucks should be plying our streets. If that is one thing I'll be advocating for, that should stop. So I was sending back to you, Stender.
Yeah, it's very disheartening that you're Richardson. It's bad for our country. I agree with my man. You have some good folks, some good lawmakers in there. But you know why, my man? Let's give it to them. Just 3 weeks. Let's try the new guys on the block.
Yeah.
The new group. Let's see exactly what they're going to do. But the ball is in the court of President Joseph, how you call him, Waka? Seriously. Everything was on Joe Weah and Samuel Tuer, the games they play, to change the MDA, to change and go through all the yama. This is Joseph Yima Bwaka, through his finance minister, Bwama Kamara, through his justice minister, for them to perform and serve the Liberian people well. The Amara Konen, the Boto Kanen, the Deba Vabla, the Simon Taylor, Alex Tyler, and Edwin Snow, those senators from the 3 counties, they can't do so much. They got to come through the agreement of the government. So I hope that what they just say, that close them down. They should recommend that. Our people in Bomi are suffering. Today, for us to see, they see Snow that we beat on, said the people will get $14.5 million back. I asked Snow, I said, but Snow, I told you ate that money. Snow said, anybody eat that money, not me. Snow said, I didn't eat that money. I was in that meeting, and I looked in the CEO eyeball, and I said, I got to give the $14.5 million back. Like, give it back yesterday. I said, because we run with the story. Somebody ate the money. You flew to the people country. You and the minister. Snow said, yes. But I look in their face, I look in the 2 eyeball, and I say, you'll get the money back. Because I know Edwin Melvin Snow Jr. didn't eat any of the $14.5 million. The $2 million for those counties. Zero, Glendy. You know how long they're supposed to be paying that thing? Every year. Zero. They're almost $6 million now. Who asking for it? But yes, the main story, folks. And the Liberian people need to know this story. Whenever the time reaches on a George Weah government, I said, the government to collect it, George Weah can send people, they can get in half, they can give him a carton through Samuel Tuer. That's why the people felt within themselves. They had no reason to pay anybody. They had no reason to give money to the county. They had no reason to give any amount to anybody, because the money that they were trying to generate, they would take 25% of that money and give to George Weah and Samuel Tuer, and they would eat it. That's exactly what was happening. So let's see President Bwaka now, what he's going to do. Let's see Bwama Kamara. What would a Bwama Kamara do? The next justice minister, let's see exactly what he or she going to do. This is some President Bwaka. And I know that President Bwaka will do the right thing. And I know President Bwaka will hold Western Cluster responsible. We received the audit report of 2023 March. We're about to share with you guys. March 2023, USA 15.2 million. Okay. From 2022, they were making 3.4 million. 2023, it go to 15.2 million. When you break all the things on the inventory, the prepayment, and yama, we receive all the audit report. Operating activities. We're gonna put it in the chat room. Maybe it's there. You'll take a look at it. These people talking about millions of dollars. If you add all the change in inventory, employee benefit, finance charges, depreciation, auto expenses, total expenses, sale of iron ore, 29 million. A jump. The total is 87.5 million. But the people refuse. Ladies and gentlemen, like Perfecti would say, boss and gas. These people are talking about millions, but they are refusing to give the county $2 million. They are refusing to give back the people $14.5 million. I will give it to the senator that I met today. You got 2 women, Otto Kane and Deborah Vabla there. I would give it to them. You got Alex Tyler joining the team. I would give it to them. Guess what happened? Amarikona is joining the team. Amarikona say man of integrity. Let's give it to Amarikona. Let's see how they would demand for their own country the benefit that. Listen, we're talking about if you add the 50 and the 85, we're talking about over 100 and some more $1 million just in 1 year. In 1 year. But the people cannot give the country $2 million, but they cannot give the country the 14.5 million back. Dr. Richardson, hey, then, man, let's wrap this thing up and take some calls. Mama, you're quite correct, but I will give it to those senators. I think you get some good ones among them. They will try their best and push Western Cluster. It's not only Western Cluster, though. You know what's happening? The other mining company doing underground mining, which is so illegal within the agreement. They are going underground. So, for example, you in your house, Dr. Richardson, they're going under. You see what happened with Mano River? That landslide, I think we're picking it. We heard that story. Something about to happen again. There's nothing in the
Camp Norway.
Yeah. They got to do underground mining. So you'll be sitting in your house will be shaking. That will not be earthquake. The people are going under your house, under the school, under the bridges, everywhere to mine. And that is very, very bad. But these same people refuse it to give the money that belongs to the country people. Mama, you're right. The men that took the demo from the country, the men didn't go back in that country. The man going to go back in that part of the interior to say, let me build school. But how much he sold the demo for? Almost $12 million. He didn't even put one hand pump. And that people said drinking dirty water. El Liberia.
That's it.
El Liberia.
That's it.
Not even one small paracetamol clinic. $12 million you sold the demo. You ran away to Dubai. Joe, we are celebrating catching pigeon, but not even one small hand pump for the people to drink small clean drinking water. But you told the people that when you go. This story will not end. There will be no end to this story. We see Joseph Imam Bwaka fighting to the fullest.
And it's not just that diamond situation is just an example. That's how it's happening all across the mineral sector, whether it's forestry, whether it's diamond, whether it's logging, it's happening all across. Big companies making millions, government officials getting rich, the poor people suffering, but the poor people own the resources that they're suffering from. What would have taken the government to just take 5,000 of that money from that diamond and take it back to the country in that village and build a bridge like connecting the communities? What would have cost them? Just 5,000, all of $1 million.
What is it, 5,000? $12 million. People can take $500,000, 500,000, and just build one six-room school.
I think 500,000.
I mean 500,000. Sorry, I didn't mean 5,000.
I mean, this is bad.
You.
This is bad for our country. But guys, let's close. Let's go to the phone line. 6:30.
My brother, that region is one of the poorest regions in our country, though. One of the poorest. Imagine those people supposed to be taking 30 million tons of iron ore every year. You know what that does to the environment? That whole country will just crumble. Sincerely. And the people just they languish in poverty, and they see their wealth, where they were born, endowed with those kind of wealth. Somebody just come in, they just bundle it up and take them and leave the region poor. You know?
Yeah, but you guys don't have the Western Cluster audit report. You don't have it? It's in the chat room. You got it?
Yeah.
You got it, right?
Yeah, you got it. You post it there.
Hey, let's send it to another group. The Western Cluster?
No, I don't think I've seen it though.
No. Huh?
We just send it all around.
Yeah. I know, right? I sent it to the right group. I did.
Yeah, you did, man.
Yeah, I didn't put it in there. Okay, I just put it there. Whosoever received it, I'm sorry. It looked like I sent it to the wrong group. But anyway, that's information. Yeah. So I just said it there. Yeah, 21 Western Cluster. Yeah, seriously, this is huge. I want you guys to read it. This is bad for our country. I said, I want you to read it and see what your government have given us. What your government left this country with.
CEO, See you.
I'm Minister Doe. Let me serious. Don't joke. Let's be very serious.
And call me. And the good thing of the matter, I will always be quiet when you guys enjoy. But then you will not allow me to have a meeting uninterrupted.
No, no one will interrupt you. I said, though.
Okay, like I've said again, it's okay. You can look for all of the sheep and goat and chicken to blame in Liberia for all of Liberia's problem. When the time reach where the people demand what they want from the government, you will not be there to look for all the chicken. It's okay. You tomorrow rice press will climb up. Start looking for goat for which goat make it the rice press climb up. Day after tomorrow, Gary should be expensive in the market.
You eat Gary for 6 years.
Alligator that basically
for 6 years.
The only thing I will say for me, I came on the show not to please nobody here, but to talk to the Liberian people. Some will agree, some will disagree, but as time goes on, the people will see the truth we are talking about. You can put everything on President Weah. That's okay. Joseph Boakai was the president. He got nothing to blame. He do nothing. All the good things that happening now, that's for Mr. Boakai. All the bad things, that's someone else. No problem. But I want to say this, though. You know, a lot of things that in my mind, we should be looking at, we are jumping over them. Simply because those things are not in our favor. But I know we will always talk about it in our little time we have. President Weah came and did what he could do. He entered into concessions. He did deals. And his time is over. Right now, President Boakai is the president of this republic and must take responsibility of all of the happenings. President Boakai has ordered the NSA audited by GSE for the first time in Liberia's history. It is good. But REC so worse, it did not afford that money Captain for. And Western Cluster in Canada, they afford that job we afford. It's okay. Let's go to the reality of things. And I will always say for me, I would demand respect for our institutions in our country.
And you feeling that nobody, you finished, right?
Enjoy.
No, you got nothing else to say, Isaac.
How I get nothing else to say? I got plenty of things to say. I'm only responding to me. You call about that cluster. Okay, go ahead, enjoy yourself.
So, folks, let's go to the phone line. We'll come back to 2 hour closing. Let's go to the phone line quick. Let's hear from the Liberian people. The people got to be part of this program. We want to stop at 6:30, which will be 11:30 in Liberia, and then we're going to go to the phone line for like 20 minutes, and then we'll do our closing with the last 10 minutes. All right, let's get them involved. Who's in studio? Yakazi Zogbe. Yakazi, let's get the people involved. Let's talk to them. What's up?
Okay, 0777-771-075. 0777. So I'm just putting the orange line on.
Okay, my number, the orange number, everything, put it up, and people can call us from this end as well. This is bad. Western Cluster is killing our people. The issue about the minister destined, Justice Ministry, and everything. What you heard today, what's on your mind? Talk to us.
All right, we have the very first caller. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, my name is Mohammed Sharif. I'm calling from Jam TV.
Let's hear you, Mohammed.
CEO, I beg you, please listen to what I can say. Liberia, I just pray every day, let God give us some kind of dictator to kind of straighten the country good. 170 some more year, you not just coming. Look at baby Guinea. 1991, the Guinea was there were no current in Guinea, but today they get current. 24-hour current. I just pray every day let God give us some kind of dictator to come and straighten the country good. Because Liberia, we don't need good for our country. Election finish. Why are we talking all kind of things? Can I carpenter they have Minister do? The president, we finish the new president. Let us come around the president to face things while you're still in the past. Thank you for the show.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name, where you join us from?
This is James Widow calling from Rock Hill.
James, let's hear you.
Yeah. You know, these people, they just need to be punished. As they punishing with the Liberian people, all that equipment then, they just see that representative, the senator, they just seize all and just ban all. No. Because they are killing us. They are completely killing us. You know why me? I have money. You gotta it can carry on development. But then they seize all, they take it, they put it in their pocket. We'll kill people, we'll starve the people. Benefit that we so receive. So go to school, go to school. We so get hospitals. They deny us for doing those things. They deny us. What they are doing those things for?
Okay. Thanks.
So let representatives they just hold on their equipment. Let them pay the money until they go to near agreement.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name, where you join us from? Hello? Oh my God. Your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, we lost that person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, you guys see money a Josh Mobile from GSO. It's Muslim Council. You guys see, I just want to tell what I was supposed to thank you for the wonderful topic this afternoon. You know, the Liberian people are suffering. The people taking our resources, carrying it to different countries, and one day they will not sit down and say, you're lost in road to greater road to care everywhere they taking the resources from. But they suffer the Liberian people every day. I want you know them there too. They say that laughing, they're working at all. But only thing I need to tell President Branca, please, before any ballet, any company come to go to any resources in the country, you have to make agreement to fill the road complete for the people of Hampton in school. Because we are suffering in the country too much. We are suffering the protector. We just say that they take our resources carry to different countries. Then we say that we say yes. Then John went back to all. He said po. Then he said that he made agreement with all people. They say that they say that he go to that. He just to pass it also me. So we just want to tell President Branca, please, if some people come here, I want you to take our resources. They must sign agreement before it like info or school, right? Greater the really fill the room, completely good. So I just want to tell Waterspoon, thank you very much for that information. Thank you. God will bless you. God will bless your family, and God will continue blessing your radio station on your television. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person.
Good evening.
Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dr. Sagi Jion, and I joined for district number 6, Mozambique County. Good evening to Center Waterspoon. Center Waterspoon, I believe that when we forgot for legislature bidding in the country, if they call it wrong, we all legislature, they want to be a better country. They want to prosper, the country will develop. Because, mind you, if they just taking 50,000 every month, they buy a car for them, they renting a house, they meet up. They are eating more money. And when I look at the one investor, then they couldn't give it. So, the center, I beg you, what can we run another investor or another campaign so we can get rid of the country so our country can prosper? I think not try that way. We will try that way, our country will prosper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's talk to this other person. Hello.
Good evening.
Your name and where you join us from?
Thank you. Let me speak moving to the party. Oh, this is Bobby Abu Mesta. I'm joining the discussion for District 6 or SC Koparo. Let me appreciate you guys for talking. You know, when it comes to the issue of Western culture, our people are really suffering. But the main reason in this country, our lawmakers are responsible for all these things. What is going on in this country? You have 160 persons. You're saying that let's have 5.2 million people putting it into actual property just to get something for themselves and put in their own pocket and leaving the rest of us in property. It is how that people continue to run. Where are we going? What we are living for our own generation? The children are coming after us. We are asking the new government to please pull rule. As the senator is starting it, let them pull rule to what the person can be our rules. They tell on that agreement before they can throw what I am in this country. That is the lawmakers they need to take. Let them complete all the agreement first before they able to mine iron or else. They must not mine in the country. They cannot continue about people living at the property, no school, no safe drinking water. They abandon the country and taking all of the resources that they are the beneficiaries of all remain at the property. Thank you this year.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello. Okay, we lost that caller. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Alfred Dennis Tobari Seko, and I speak to you from the Shinema 2 Maswara County.
All right. Go ahead.
Let me begin by appreciating the Strong FM family and you people are the source of information in our country right now. My only concern has to do with our new government that has taken over. Like Minister Do said, whatever happened in the past, we have come there now as the government to see how we can cover the wrong. So we should be mostly focusing on solution rather than trying to look for a problem. Because we already know the problem. The real problem is implementation. People like to bring a lawmaker in everything, and there are three separate and coordinated branches of government. The lawmaker, which is the legislature, it is a responsibility to make laws. So our concern is those laws they are passing, whether they are good laws or bad laws, that we should be accurate about. But as it relates to implementation, we also expect the executive to enforce the implementation of those laws. So those consensus companies that come in our country, whatever procedure is supposed to give the government or whatever social corporate responsibility, it is the responsibility of the executive branch to make sure that that is implemented. When the company fail to do that, that will have the judiciary. Then that they can be taken there. So what we say is, for me, I believe strongly that President Joseph Nima Boakai will get on his feet. I mean, when I say on his feet, doors around him. And when nothing changed in this country under the regime of President Boakai, then for me, I would give up on Liberia. Because I believe that he has the best brain, the best of mind around him that will make sure that for this country.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello.
Yeah. How you doing, my brother?
I'm okay. Your name and where you join us from?
Well, this is Eddie P from Tikisu Factory. Remember the people defender.
Go ahead.
You see, sometimes if we on the show, the other quarter saying it is time for us to find the solution. But every time your CEO come, that President we are, if I were the CEO, that Mr. Barker got a lot of responsibility. It's not for you to be fighting to see how you can help Mr. Barker to improve the Liberian people. Like, because you get 7 that voted for you, who they say you harmonize my pay and harmonize your vote. Instead of put to be thinking on the day, you continue to put more on President where it is wrong. Why you can't help Mr. Barker to face the problem? He did President where there again.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello. My name is Sandro Corey, and I call from Central Monrovia. So, I mean, I get the news a lot of time by Minister Do whenever Mr. Williams tried to outline some of the embarrassment that the CDC government left behind. And he come in their defense by trying to outline some of the goods to my people, Mr. Do. Look, Mr. Weir did not do a favor for us by very few community rules of the few parts that he built. That's why he was elected for in 2017. So if his goods were more than his bars, but now he will not be former president. And we are not there to be preaching about the good thing that he did. So the fact that he didn't do much better, and his words were more than his good, that what will make him former president. So forget about who Mr. We should be discussing. We should be discussing about the rule Mr. Weir did. He said that Mr. Weir did not do anything better than what we voted him out.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is James T. Kankan. I call Montreal Baba resident.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to say firstly, let God bless. Even though the heat right now is giving me very hard time. And you see my brother killing mosquito, also spending myself and just enjoying the CEO and you guys talking about Liberia. Let God bless every one of you on Spoon. And it's all propagating the message of good transformation in our country. And let God bless all those who have come into the government with clear heart to work with the mindset of transforming our country and making it a better place for us as it's related to the Western cluster issue and the former government and really ridiculed our country when it comes to that issue. That Jerome was very, very blunt on it to the point that I think shouldn't go through and they forced their way through, and here we are today. And Liberia, we're in a serious mess and it needs to be transformed
by Honorable Joseph Walker, the President of the Republic, on this rescue mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's talk to this person. Hello. Okay, we will not condone that. Let's talk to this other person. Hello. Hello. Okay, we lost that person. Hello.
Reach is currently. Please try again.
Okay. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Thank you. This is Eric J, and I speak to you from Banjo District 17.
Let's hear you.
Thank you. First of all, I'm excited being heard on Spoon. I have been trying for long, and this is my first opportunity. Let me say thanks to Spoon. Thanks to Stanton Watterson for this opportunity given to Liberians. You see, the first thing I want to deal with is Axido. I want to deal with Axido. Axido does not belong on this radio station. And let me tell you why. Axido is just like a man who had a woman and you never knew the importance of that woman. You misuse that woman, and a different man came and took that woman, attaching value to that woman. Then you came, you say, you're telling the man, this is how you should take care of the woman. This is how you should take care of the woman. Axido got no advice to give to this government. Because all of these things that are being said were being said in Weir's government, and they did not listen. At the end of the day, they said people were against George Weir. They said people were against Georgia that were politics. So they told Weir not to listen, that's politics. That's how Nigeria is looking. That's politics. They mess up the country. They mess up the country that we the Liberian people saw and put them out of power. So what kind of advice do we expect Axido to give on Spoon FM that will develop Liberia? No, he does not belong there. And that's why they established the Freedom FM to be given, so they free money to be talking. They say, yeah, the only way this government is here, you must be talking good. And so they were not looking at the realities. The evil they were doing to Liberia, they were not looking at it. But to give Abraham Godfrey Wilden, Oliver Kane, and all the people to give them free money just to talk things that they shouldn't say.
Thank you. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello?
Let's hear you. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, this is Jay Podier. You are. And I call you from Pinsville, District 5, Massachusetts County.
All right. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the Spoon Network for propagating the message to us every day. But you know, all what you people can see every day and night, we admire you people. But my question to you people, what is it true that this country was built on a Christian principle? Number one. If so, what are the Christians, the bishop, the reverend, what are they doing? Because they should be the messenger of the land, the father of the land, to preach unity. Just where it's going, as the previous caller said. Forget just here for now. Even Mr. Doe, we're not supposed to be discussing how Mr. Doe this, Mr. Doe that. No, the past is the past. When you are in government, you don't discuss government issues. You don't even discuss government. It risks your life. Can I even know this? Well, what are the bishops doing? The envelope the parents used to give them. Are you not aware that it was wrong money they were giving them? The second one has to do with Senator Slow. You travel with the people, and you came back. Then you tell us that you don't know about it. Are you behaving like a father in the Bible? That you hand on them or you had there? The people should stop playing game with us. These bishops and all are the one. We're talking about lawmaker today. But when the lawmaker carries them better to the bishop can accept it and say, God bless you, continue your journey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, hello, good evening. This is Ibrahim Momo calling from Chickasaw Factory, District number 12.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I've been wishing to speak on Spoon FM, and today I was opportune to go through. Like the issue on a discussion, we all understand we were in this country, we saw what happened in Liberia from the past government and everything she thinks about every sector. You see, they have bring us today in a destitute situation to see people who work in governments going on public media that people expect to listen to, that most Liberians have been rescued from Spoon FM to be speaking like they were doing good thing yesterday. Like Azedo was Minister of Youth and Sport. You see today, Honor Ministry of Youth and Sport. There's nothing you can see. No any other programs that are going for the youth. Even people that were one of the students of MPTC, that nothing we could see from that ministry. Then he's still propagating that he very compatriot. These are the evil guys that we speak about in this country. And I also want to give my recommendation that former president, when he comes back to Liberia, that he be able to do a trust text. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, my name is Jeff Ambudu calling from Steven Tower.
You gotta be audible.
Yeah, Jeff Ambudu from Steven Tower.
Let's hear you.
Okay, my issue has to do with I have 36% of the CEO. They are so many. See where he kept and someone George Gallo and Kev Hassan were Ben Sensi and they wanted to damage the show here. That's the same way you not bring the acid do and the summer gas, the same gassing man on the show here. People not need to be on the show. The people you shouldn't be on the show. But the color that just there, the CEO should be thinking on. But that on the problem. You see when you tapping the only before they should get to you, I will not be talking about you that tapping. The thing the past government did to us as zero. Before beating you, settling the problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
How are you? Happy Valentine to my uncle, Mr. Water in America. And I want to say have a Valentine trip to the Spoon event. And Daniel, last night I called my uncle, Senator Waterson, our big brother who make things possible. I real air and in tears. But last night on the net time watch, there was no way the people I tried to call, no way. My daughter is really, really sick to the point of death. I don't even know where to go, where to start from. Now I cannot put my new in on screen because he just have 2 week job to send him about. You need to come to my ill. Even when it's come to rent, we are done. We are left.
Okay, thank you. We lost him, but thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it. Let's do our closing, Yakazi. Thank you very much to the gentleman. You know how to get to the station. You can find Yakazi or Madam Titi and the rest of the guys, and they will help you to hear you out. We want to say thanks, folks, for joining us as always. Dr. Richardson, let's do the closing because in the next 8 minutes, Glennie got to go on some kind of show. Whenever Glenn on that show, she got like 63 people watching her. They never passed 63. I don't know who had the fit for 63. Glennie send me the link. I want to make it 64. I will watch you today. I will join in actually. Send me the link. I will make it 64. So Glennie got to go today, Friday, right? Yeah, it's every Friday, right? And so, and on the show, they go ahead and start drinking tea and coffee, and they start showing the kind of malt they're drinking in. So,
can I hear you? Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah. No, but Richardson can I promote a woman show?
Oh, sorry.
My show. I go focus on Liberia.
Not hearing your own show. You and you're sending on the show, Dr. Richardson. I come on every Saturday.
They're being full of trouble, I swear.
When you're looking through the phone, you see Dr. Richardson and you're sitting talking about Musa ability. Every day you're showing about Musa ability, Dr. Richardson. You can talk about no other person. Only Musa ability. It's not that serious, man. Life, you gotta laugh sometimes. You know, I want to be grateful. Yakazi, can you turn the phone off, please? We're getting the feedback. A good show today, Minister Asido. You took a lot of beating, but I think the people will get used to you. Accept it, Minister. I mean, you guys, you know, transfer a bad thing, so the people are stay angry. Dr. Richardson, let's do our closing, please.
Yeah. This show started with us talking about Councillor Cry. Councillor Cry is designated to be confirmed or nominated by, appointed by the president and then perhaps confirmed by the legislature, the Senate. So it is important that we know his dealings in the country. I'm not convinced about what he said today because for me, the fact speaks. The young man, Mr. Harding, I believe, or James, Mr. James, who was in the studio, told us, that he'd been researching Councilor Cry for almost 2 years, and there's discrepancy in the information. In as much, Mame, you said that Mr. Cry cannot control his son, but I do remember that the Korean owner that called, I don't know exactly what country he's from, Korea or Asian owner that called, said that Mr. Cry recommended his son to be a shareholder. So I think that's something that stuck in my mind in terms of the level of relationship they have. But anyway, I want to move on to feeling hopeful, but I have some concerns about the lawmaker discussing the breach of contract by Western Cluster. For the most part, I feel like Mr. Snow and some of the lawmakers that are currently in the legislature were part of the regional agreement. They were there. Mr. Snow specifically was flew by Western Cluster Company, I believe, to India to go through the agreement and to probably understand that some money was going to be waived for them to come back to Liberia. So I don't know how is he going to be a good advocate now for the people. I don't know who was that, but I don't know who. I don't know how Mr. Snow and others would be a great advocate. I know my grandson making noise in the background too, but
yeah,
but that was not him earlier. I don't know how he's going to be a good advocate for the people of Bomi County now. I believe that the president needs to be involved. The Minister of Justice, whoever that person is, needs to be involved. The Minister of Land and Mines need to be involved in order for anything to happen in the country, because the lawmaker can come up with a decision. They can say cease all operation, but until the president, the justice minister, and the land and mines minister come together, because they're signature on an original agreement, before I believe things will move forward. I also think that we need a mineral resource czar in the country, somebody who would be strictly overseeing the operation of these companies, because there's too many times we come and sit on this show and hear how these people are cheating us. They're taking our minerals out of the country, and we're not getting our fair share. So I think there should be somebody in charge of that, so that we can put emphasis on on getting our fair share. For example, let's look at the Bee Mountain. I vividly recall there was a hearing on the Bee Mountain where they were supposed to build health system in Cape Mount, and they have not even done that yet. They didn't do that at the time of that hearing. I also think that part of the responsibility of that czar should be about sustainability. Every time our minerals are taken out of the country, nothing is being built, nothing is being replaced. So we should be at least building some kind of factory that will showcase the iron ore products, okay, or either the gold products, so that when these people eventually leave, Bomi shouldn't, or Cape Mount should not turn into a ghost town. Even if we spend some time focusing on tourism, like for example, if we utilize the money is from Bee Mountain or the Western Cluster to just promote tourism in such a beautiful place like Cape Mount, that will at least show that we have something to keep. I'm a product of a mining company. I grew up in a mining company, and after they left, it's a ghost town now. There's nothing there. There's nothing for us to even show besides my mind. I mean, I was educated in the good schools that it provided to show that those companies existed. So I really believe that the president should be involved, the Minister of Mine, the Minister of Justice, in collaboration with the lawmaker. I think we'll get a good deal out of this. I want to be hopeful, but also have some concerns.
Minister Do, can you do your
well,
closing?
If you want me to close, thank you. It's been a great show so far. Appreciate everyone. And I'm always one of the proudest persons to have worked in the real government. There are countless of past government officials who don't go out to say anything. They are all in their corner. I'm one of those persons who's very proud to be out every day. And I will repeatedly do it because of what this president has achieved, the past president. I know when you just get married, there is a period of honeymoon. When that honeymoon ends, you begin to see the reality. One thing I trust and I know for a fact is that President Weah will be missed in this country, and you will hear majority, super majority of Liberians say George Weah was better. George Weah was better. There are things that President Weah allowed, and so far may be the only president in the history of our country that have allowed those things. One, he was the most insulted president, disrespected president. With that, there was no political prisoner. He did not go after anyone for insulting him. You will miss him for that. President Weah did not have any political prisoner. You will miss him for that. President Weah was the first president and maybe the only president in the history of Africa to have graciously accepted defeat and even conceded before the official announcement was held. 2029, you will miss President Weah for that. President Weah turned over power peacefully, easily, without any yo-yo fight. Somebody will miss President Weah for that. And let me say this again. Today, I saw some beautiful pictures from the executive mansion where President Boakai hosted the executive from HPX. How proud I was as a person to have seen the next government starting work directly from the executive mansion when President Weah did not have that privilege. Even after 12 years of renovating the executive mansion, I'm sure we all can be proud. And I know President Boakai is in the best time of himself being at the executive mansion. And again, this country, over 6 years, despite the fact that there was no peacekeeper, Liberia took care of its military, was peaceful throughout. And to a larger extent, President Weah turned over a peaceful country to Mr. Boakai. Of recent, there has been happenings that should get our concern, no matter which side of the aisle you on. Representative Gray from the CDC was attacked, stones threw at him somewhere around the Capitol bypass. In no time, about 2 days later, Representative Safoko of District 9 of the CDC house got a fire mysteriously and he had to escape that fire. In no time, Senator Sir Joseph of the CDC house got a fire in the mysterious circumstances. He had to escape. Just today, Wakado, one of the confidants of the former maritime boss, Len Eugene Nangbe, also of the CDC, car got attacked, stone threw at it, and the entire windshield was breaking. We want to call on President Boakai to know that Liberia belongs in his care. You can come on Spoon Talk and call George Weah name from now to Judgment Day. From January 22nd, this country is the responsibility of President Boakai, and he should know that whatever happens in this country is no George Weah, is President Boakai. And before I end very quickly, you always been talking about cluster report. Let us tell our people that the cluster report you guys I keep referring to is a political report that was done by the arm of the Unity Party and not the official turnover note. I hope you make your people know. And again, today is the 9th of February. Civil servants have not gotten paid. Wait until President Weah is the reason why they didn't get paid. Again, our government must stand up. And so far, so good. I want to say congratulations to Sarah Beslow. And before I end, I want to personally recommend Prince Maxwell. Is one person who I saw sincerity in his eyes when he did not just defend Sarah Beslow, but stood for what was right. It will be a good thing for her to actually look in his way. CEO, I talked to you about this. Asset declaration. I know you come to cut me off, you see I'm talking plenty. President Weah was beat on day and night for asset declaration. He declared his asset. For 6 years, President Boyka, who we all respect as an elderly man, had promised that when he becomes president, he will not only declare his asset, but he will publish it. Unless wherein someone wants us to believe that President Boyka is just a regular politician who makes statements and never fulfills that. We will want to demand President Boyka to come through his promise and ensure he publishes assets. Liberians want to be sure their leaders will be truthful to what they say and not just being political. And we are very hoping that President Boyka publishes the asset for the Liberian people to see. We did not force him. The law says declare, it didn't say publish. He promised he must do that. Go ahead now and talk all your UP team. Thank you.
You finished?
Talk UP team. Tell what the whole show you UP.
You got anything else to say?
Tomorrow I'll go for 20 minutes. Today, carry on UP team.
Color Greg, can you go ahead?
You know, apparently, Isaac Doe has been told that he's doing a good job for his former CDC. I say former because I don't know who's going to take over that garrison. But you know, normally when disaster happens to our neighbor, we feel that they are at fault. Mr. Doe has soon forgotten that Madam Salif, a lady, there were demonstrations held by his CDC where they held undergarment of a woman, littered with who knows what color. That woman was one of the most insulted women in the history of our country. But Mr. Doe only remembers what happened to Mr. Weir. Mr. Weir could not have taken prisoner because he killed them. All of those, how would you take somebody you already slaughtered? See how many individuals lost their lives and during the course of the CDC. You talking about prisoner? I would have preferred for them to go to jail. Maybe one day they would have earned their freedom. But they didn't even have the opportunity. They got killed. You speak against where they're coming for you. So most people stayed out. But Mr. Doe would not recognize that because that was not his that was not in his shoe. But let's go back and say Liberia, I'm pretty sure, will get better. It should get better. Because what we had for the last 6 years, if that's our best, if that's what we're going to be missing Mr. Weir for, then we're very pathetic people. Because what happened under Mr. Weir should never have happened to a country who led the liberation of Africa, who was proudly hoisted as one of the best countries that earned freedom to most African nations who were seeking freedom then. If that was the best we had, shame on us. But let me go back and say, the Western Cluster, I think it came out of that LMC. I remember back in the days when we were kids growing up. That LMC, this Western Cluster was negotiated by Mr. Snow. And once they were inoperative, Mr. Snow did not rest until he made sure they came back, because people were saying that he brought in a scam organization, blah, 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 a scam company. Now they're there. Now we see why they should not have been there in the first place. So Mr. Snow should be the last person to begin to think that Western Cluster will mean well to Liberia. He went to work. He was one of those who spearheaded the situation that waiver about $40 million to Western Cluster. Still, they're not performing as expected. Are we as a people forced to keep them around? I think they have broken their vow, the contractual agreement they have with us. So we should just go ahead and terminate our contract, because it's not benefiting our people anyway. Why should you be lingering with something that's not benefiting us? You know, and they come in 30 million tons of iron ore each year they hope to carry from us. What are they leaving behind? You understand? My people are up there in the Western cluster. Some of them are coming down with some of the worst environmental illnesses. What are they, what benefit if Western clusters stay? So they can go behind doors and hold all their meeting, but they are finding ways to put money in their pocket once more. And for me, I think they should terminate our whole contract. You know, I mean, why are we keeping a what? Look, it was this same Mr. Snow who Madam Selig took out of the speakership because he went to go negotiate some of those shady deeds.
Yeah.
And he came back, he did not rest until he brought us Western Club. Look, I don't hope to go for any confirmation anyway. When I get there, deny me. Look, if I want a job, I would not have come the day we were sharing job. Nobody will ever call you and tell you, Conor came to me for a job. People were approaching me to take certain positions. I'm like, you know what? I'm doing well where I'm at. Yeah, I don't want to come in a government job. I have to go kiss somebody. Look, I'm a hard guy. I want to see that country one of the most lawful nations. That's why it hurt me sometimes when I hear people breaking the rule. Go to Liberia. I got some video. If I show you, say, how do you drive? I wonder how people like Isaac Do drive in that country, where people coming up to you directly. Some people climbing the sidewalk with their car and their bikes. I mean, it's like a one-way street, but there's an opposite lane. People have taken your lane. Complete chaos. That country, I want to see that country becoming one of the most civilized nations. That's how we used to be. When somebody drops their wallet, you run behind them. Sir, you drop your wallet. God bless you, do that today. We have become the laughing stock of the region. So I hope the women got lots of work to do. I went there and said, oh my God, president of this country, this is a big job for. But I know the ambassador has been there, so maybe he will try his best, and we'll pray for him. If we need help with some law enforcers, can't get us. The child has said the man will not sleep. They too will not sleep. Can't get us. I've said it last time. When people are violating the law, you discipline them. Nothing wrong with that. Even God likes that. God don't like any nation that lacks their law. It's like hardship. Human being, if you don't give them that discipline, they will take 9 years. When you give them 9, they will take double. But let me let you go, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mame.
Yeah, we started with Councillor Kupo Kra. We hope he can address this issue and address it very well. There are two major contradictions I saw, or two issues that are concerning, not to say contradiction. He put out a strong defense that the 1986 Article of Incorporation, he knows absolutely nothing about it. He was a student of the law school, he wouldn't have been involved. Harding did not put up any strong counter to that. I'll be looking forward to seeing what explanation he has for that. Harding put up a strong position against claiming to change an article of incorporation and not registering it. Because the only way government can know you have amended your article of incorporation is to file the amended article of incorporation. If what Harding said about the amended article not being filed, then there is no amendment. Because the only way the government knows there's an amendment is if the amendment is filed with the government that first created the first article. These are concerning issues. The only place these things can be addressed, the office of the president, the legislature. But when we do it with hanky-panky, when we do it like picking between apples and oranges, then it's unfair. All presidential appointees need to be scrutinized. Mr. Amin Boudad is the Minister of Commerce. Everybody knows his entire life has been tied around business, commerce, and trade. Successful on his own merit. but wants to move into public service to provide leadership, policy, direction, and enforcement of regulations on the sector that he has lived and worked in for decades. Watch the confirmation. To what extent the legislature concerned about his assets? To what extent they were asking, have you relinquished ownership? Where is the document to show that you relinquished ownership? No question. Maybe he did it. It's possible. But the only way we could know, like I can take the phone and call him and ask him, and he say, no, I'm not going to talk to you. I wouldn't beat him to talk to me. But I have people that are elected to speak on my behalf and say, hey, Mr. Minister, you're going to Congress to enforce regulations on the sector that you provide, that you work in. Have you relinquished your ownership in all the businesses you have? Can you show all documents to prove that? Nobody cares. Nobody wants to ask. The whole confirmation in the legislature I just changed to, you confirm my own, I confirm your own. You don't ask my own hard question, I don't ask your own hard question. That's how it has been set up. Because there's a committee of legislators and other people who making appointments, technically making appointments. So to go back in the legislature, okay, don't ask my own hard question, I will not ask your own hard question. Don't interrogate my own, I will not interrogate your own. Where are we going? Is that kind of legislature a serious legislature? As per my measurement, no, it's not. It's not a serious legislature. It's not. And we have to change it. We really have to change it. On Western Cluster, we said a lot. We can't continue to just keep beating. We have to think about solutions now. But the time's short for us to talk about solutions. But there are solutions. There are real solutions. We've seen these things happen places before. And we know how people solve them. The willingness to do so is what is lacking. Assets declaration. I think we need to call a tarry and apologize to President Weah if President Boubacar too would declare an asset and lock it up. Yes. If President Boubacar would declare his asset and put it in the box and lock it up, then we need to tell President Weah sorry. Because the fundamental argument against President Weah was you declare your asset and you lock it up. So what in essence, that was our argument for 6 years. You go to countries that would borrow the model from to declare asset, people declare it and publish it. Go to France, the president asset up. How many houses you get, the value, how many business, everything up. Nothing hiding. And we said it was the good thing to do. And yes, it is the good thing to do. So if we all now agree that you can declare it and just lock it up, then let that job we are sorry. Let that job we are sorry. We're wrong. If we can't tell Joe we are sorry, then let's tell President Boubacar to publish his assets. If we can't tell George we are sorry, that's the choice we have to make. Talk more about it tomorrow.
Did you close, Glennie? Not yet. Please go ahead.
So I just wanted to highlight the fact today that there were several government ministers that were confirmed. We saw the gender minister, foreign minister, health, and the defense ministers, or the people from defense. I want to echo what Mama is saying. There seems to be a trend where all of the confirmations now, except for one, is unanimous. So there were 23 senators today, and all 23 voted. Everybody agreed. And this is a trend that we complained about in President Weah's government, so we're watching. With the exception of the confirmation hearing for A.B. Kromah, where Nathaniel McGill abstained, every other confirmation hearing has been 100%. We all agree, we all want it. Suffice it to say that these people may be qualified, they may have answered the questions correctly, but it's important for us to watch. It is important for the senators to listen to what the citizenry are saying, what they're saying, and also to pay attention to those issues that's coming up in public. So congratulations to everybody confirmed today. we'll continue to watch. We saw through the week and today the HP Expo was in Liberia. Talking with President Boyka, something that we hadn't seen and that was promised by the current press secretary, Kula Fufana. She did have her first press conference briefing today at the executive mansion. I watched it. I thought that was beautiful. I thought the engagement was good. And I hope it's something that she will continue. Councillor Kura is not a man that is the people will say not small potato in Liberia. He's a man of great caliber, great stature. I would hope that those things that he said here today, that he will follow up with them to be able to come up with those documents so that the press will know what side he's on and that they will know the truth to the matter. And it's not every time someone is questioning things, it's not someone that we have the tendency to think or to say that when someone's questioning an issue, it means that they have a personal vendetta. I like that Mame also gave some recommendations about the guy who was speaking and that he knew his caliber. So, but it is important that the councillor comes up with these things because his nomination confirmation hearing is still on hold. And these are things that he wants to be able to answer. Other than that, great show. I know we laid off on the LEC, but it was interesting in the beginning. A lot of people called when the show started. They were talking about LEC. That's their concern. And I would hope that this conversation continues because when we know better, we must be able to do better because we all want the best for Liberia. Thank you. On different thing.
We're not hearing you.
Sorry, guys. I'm here. I'm so sorry. The issue about President Boyka, former Minister Doe will come with this story like he declared his asset, we need a copy. Let me ask everyone here, when did President Boyka declare his assets? It was just 2 days ago. It's on social media, Mr. Doe. Just 2 days ago. So let me do my closing, and I hope you can hear me well. This president we are talking about, he man of his word. He got nothing to lose. 79 years old. He ain't going to look for 10 in Ghana. He ain't going to look for 10 in Europe. Minister Doe, I need your attention, sir. He's 79 years old. He ain't going to buy cars for all his girlfriends. Give him some respect. After verifying, now it's in the possession of the group that you go to declare your asset. Remember how you call them?
LACC.
It's in the possession of them. They receive it. They are verifying it. They are going over it. Just 2 days. They're going to go through all the process and they would give it to the public. You see what Delon did and Yombly? It will be all on social media. The person have to show us, not only declare to LCC, but he will give you a copy, Minister Doe. You will have a copy. It's just 2 days. But next week, I can assure you by God's grace, everyone will see what President Joseph Yema Boyka came in with. That's a guarantee. So, Mama, when I have a tire, no need. He's not going to declare the asset and hide it under his bed. There's no need to declare your assets. Jeremiah Kun's asset will be declared, and he will declare his asset, and he will share it to everyone likewise. These people are serious business-minded folks. So don't waste our time, Minister Doe, because, we have to go to lawsuit. We got to go to the court. We got to turn turn everything around just to get George money. We have how many houses and how many girlfriends he bought cars for. So let's move on. We'll finish with that declared asset issue. I want to liberate people to actually speak every day. And we will do this because it will help liberate through LDC. There's a serious thing taking place here. Folks are encouraging Joseph Yema Boyka to keep money captive because they are saying he's the only man know how to erase the $30 million. And that's a bloody lie. They created the $30 million. He shouldn't be the one to erase the $30 million. As I speak to you, they are planning to go have a meeting in Ivory Coast to beg the Ivorian government, to beg them for them to negotiate the $30 million. So now some of those that have interest in dealing with Money Captain, advising the president, say Money Captain is the only person suitable to erase this 30 million. Who created the 30 million? Who actually brought 30 or 17 million on us? Who making 17,500? Not Money Captain and his people. But you got some people around that going around and asking the president, say, give him a chance. He will pay the 30 million, he will negotiate with Ivory Coast, and Asedo will get current for 12 to 18 hours a day. That's a lie. It will not happen. So give it a chance. So I want to say this to all Liberians. You got to wake up. I'm not calling for protest. I'm not calling for demonstration. But I'm telling you, you got to wake up. Because they created it, they cannot fix it. And I'll tell you why. If you speak to the president, he will listen. So we'll have a whole show on this again next week, because people got to know they're around the president. They tell the president, Money Captain is the man that will fix this thing. But my question remains to them. Who created it, Glenny? Who brought this trouble on us? Who created problem for LDC? It's the same old people. We know you. We'll start calling your name next week. Let me talk about Councilor Cooper Craig. Councilor Cooper Craig, to me, if you were part of the company, 1986, 2004, 2007, and he said, you know what, I'm not part of the company again, I gave a document. I like what Fadiga said. They will go and verify. Everybody can step back from a company. Show me something that he's a criminal. Show me something that his hand is in the cookie's jar. Give me some hard evidence. Not because, oh, you were there, you didn't relinquish your share, you didn't give back your share, so therefore you are not qualified. Guys, let's be serious. Last but not least, I want to congratulate Sarah Beslo-Yanti. You know, they confirmed her. After everything she went through, kudos to she and the team. And all those that were confirmed. You know, this is Liberia. The people will try you. The people want to see you to deliver. And I'm happy that they have given a chance. Though some senators, they didn't ask the question that folks wanted them to ask. But this too is Liberia. This too is Liberia. Let's talk about Western Cluster, and I will close. I appreciate Edwin Snow. I appreciate Alex Starter. I appreciate Boto Kana, Deba Vabla, Simon Taylor, even Amar Kwana, who missed the meeting today. I think this time around they will do the right thing. Because this is about President Bouakai. This is not about them. I think Western Cluster should be held responsible. They should lock them down. And they should make sure that those counties benefit from the nonsense they have put the county through. To my sister Glennie, I say thank you for joining us always. The Babulu boy, Abula, thank you. Connor Ed, Reverend Gray, thank you. Dr. Francine Chinwe Special Richardson, thank you. The former Deputy Minister of Football, Asedo, we want to say thank you. As always, we appreciate you guys. You have a wonderful evening. The will of the people will prevail above all else. Liberia remains supreme. Thank you.
Monday, there's a big story on power theft. Big story on power theft. The whole history about power theft.
And that's exactly what we got to do, Mame, and we got to allow the Liberian people, right, to be involved, Mame. We cannot, and it shouldn't be, that people around the president, encouraging the president to keep Money Captain. And I will say this again tomorrow, Monday. People are advising the president to keep Money Captain and say he will be the one, he's best to clean the mess. Who created the mess?
No, you made $10 million in debt.
And I think it's so wrong. Who created the mess? So, I beg you, let me finish now.
You made $10 million debt. Well, you don't already. You go back again.
But I stayed close in that bag.
You don't already.
America, you feeling closing.
$10 million.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Ego relax.
Yeah, let ego relax. Let you go relax. So, but Bambe, we will say this is very bad, and Liberia should stand up. Liberians should stand up. You cannot afford to be sleeping in darkness. And they're saying that the same man that created a mess, the man can fix it. No way. No way. The president will do the right thing. We trust the president. He will do the right thing. You know, that's what they're advising the president. Give Money Captain a chance to fix it. Keep him there and see. Are you kidding me?
Money Captain made a lot of money. Got money in your hand to make people to make those suggestions. But let money come. Let people know where the power theft is. Liberian will know where the power theft is. The people who stealing power in the country, maybe probably running Bianco in the community, will tell them where the power theft is. Will provide evidence on where the power theft is.
If you are in the dark, if you are in the dark, if you're living in darkness every day, you got to come outside. You will wake up in the morning and you go tell Money Captain to give you your life back. They cannot keep him there. Seriously speaking.
Power theft is.
After our show on Monday, you will go to LUC. When you pass by Jamaica Road, before you get to Point Fort Junction, it's on your left-hand side. If you're coming from Freeport, you will go to the head office. I think that's the head office or somewhere where they may be. What the LUC head office, Nancy?
In Wallasa.
Oh, it's in Wallasa now? So the people will go there. Wherever Money Captain get your office, you'll go ask Money Captain for your LDC. He cannot be there. It's wrong. Seriously. It's wrong. They know exactly what's happening. They know who they're saving. And they go run behind small people there and say, I can't pay $50, I can't pay $100. You know that's not the people that are making the problem in the country.
No, they're not there.
You know that's not the people.
Not there.
You know, the thing is from within. This is bad.
This scam. There's a classified NSA report on power theft. Stanton will talk.
Let's talk. Please don't bring it up.
Yeah.
But the president got to take the right action, and the president will. I trust the president's decision. He will. Those that are around the president advising Money Captain to say he should stay there because of their own personal interests and what they are benefiting. We got to start calling their names. They will get vexed with us, but we got to start calling their names. This is bad. So we just want to say to everybody, this is extremely bad. This is wickedness. People are dying tonight because no electricity. This is bad. And, so whosoever, I know who telling the president that Money Captain should stay there, but I'm going to hold my peace. And I'm going to let the Liberian people speak to the president. They're going to tell him that Money Captain cannot be there. Money Captain is the cause of this mess, and he must go. He's not the only Liberian among 5.5 million Liberian, mommy. He's not. They created a problem. They created a problem, mommy.
One had a problem. If you see most of the people who you see journalists, advocate on radio today, complaining, oh, you can't order NSA. You can't order NSA. It's because most of them were getting money through NSA. When you order NSA, we expose them.
Yeah.
All of them on social media fighting. You can't order NSA.
Yeah.
Lawyers.
Yeah.
All of them fighting. You can't order. Because when you order NSA, it will expose them. That's one. That is same thing people fighting to protect at LEC. They don't want new person to go there.
And expose them.
When new person go there, everything will show. Everything will show, and at least the legislative problem will be solved. Everybody will see what's happening. So they don't want people to go there. They want to go there and sit down over it. But our President Parker's decision is up to him. We can only say what we can say and leave the rest for him to do and see.
Yeah, that President Parker's decision, but we'll let the Liberian people hear us.
Exactly.
And they will decide. Yeah.
Exactly.
And they will decide. Mommy, man, as always, but let's talk.
Yeah.
I think we can compare note on that, and we'll keep it for money. We're not doing it more. We'll keep it for money because it's a big information, and we'll dig into it. Again, we'll bring James back on. Yeah. I like these different investigative reporters, people that can dig deeper. And, we got to set ourselves apart, my man.
Yeah.
And we got to tell the Liberian people, we just cannot be the same. But you're right. I heard a couple of names, people that receiving money. Somebody used to give them that NSA money on the side because of the operation.
They don't want
But
40 now. No, you can't order NSA. You can't order NSA because I knew a show.
yep, and
Okay,
that's the
man.
way it is. Thank you, man. Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. Nelson Colette, till we meet again. I know you're getting ready for your show. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country called Liberia. Liberia will be fine. Liberia will be unique. Liberia will be a place that we say sweet land of liberty. And again, we all know that Liberia will be a place that we will go and say, yes, free our lives. Thank God Almighty, we have free our lives. All right. So that's a beautiful thing. Who you got today?
No, we don't have a guest tonight. But we have some interesting issues to talk about tonight as well.
Late Night Politics on Spoon with Nelson Colette and all his many followers. You're doing extremely well. I must applaud you. I mean, I heard that Adama is not feeling too well.
Yeah, he's not well.
Yeah. I heard I still got some change for you, right? You can touch it, right?
Huh?
You heard me. So that one you didn't hear. I keep an eye on you and Damo. I get my pen and my paper. I'm watching.
No, everything with us is secure. It's protected.
Everything on course.
Everything is on course. Protected.
We got to call Madam Titi. All right, Nelson, you got anything else to say?
No, for now. I think, we're good until we come back tomorrow.
My God's will.
Yeah,
I think Pastor Roma is not well. I think he's sick.
Oh.
You want me to tell you what made Pastor Roma sick?
Yeah.
Pastor Roma went on her way to Liberia, and Pastor Roma got sick because he doesn't want to work the
Pastor Roma, he listening to you. The meeting are coming in to answer the call.
They went on her way to Liberia. So Pastor Roma got sick. I said, you want to say because you want a woman to go? He said, no, man, I say. But I wish he did. Why would just tell a woman say, I don't want you to go, hang with me, let's go together. You know what I mean? You don't have to get sick. Be like Dwalu. Dwalu carried the woman and the woman left him there.
Pastor Raymond has on tonight.
No, that's what Pastor Raymond said.
Oh, you talk about prophet. They say the prophet coming to Liberia. The prophet only will.
February something, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know when you'll be there. Pastor Raymond not answering. I told you won't answer.
Please leave your message.
Yeah, that. So Pastor Raymond went down to Liberia. So he's sick. He said he can't make it. They think he can't make it, so he gets sick. He was coughing.
Wow.
Yeah, no, seriously, man, sick. You were coughing. So I think she will cancel the trip because she can't leave Pastor Raymond sick.
But that sickness just coincided with the trip. See, maybe
I mean, that sickness, I call it sickness. That's scared sickness. The man so gets scared. The man scared. But people say Pastor Roma go to Liberia. They won't see Pastor Roma.
Yeah. In fact, sometimes we have people coming to the station here who say, "Oh, I came to Pastor Raymond so I can tell them Pastor Raymond not in the country." He said, "Oh, really?" Yeah. 2 different times on 2 occasions we've had people coming. I want to see Pastor Raymond.
Prophet Kio. Hello?
You're going for him?
Prophet Kio will be in the country February 14. Pastor Roma, you live, Pastor Roma. How you doing, my brother?
Not bad, man. How they do?
Yeah, I just finished the show. I'm alone sitting here, so Nelson left.
You're finished soon today.
Yeah, it's 7:40, my man. We're done, man. So Are you going to Liberia with your wife?
That is classified information, Nelson.
Nelson is not on.
But I get you.
Yeah, I said Nelson gone. We all left.
How is it possible for you to do the show by yourself?
No, the show finished. I said the show finished.
Okay.
All right, I'll just call you, man. I don't hear you out there. I'll check on you. Let me go.
I hear you all week.
So I said, will you go with Janetta? She go alone.
No, I cannot go with her.
Oh, but they say you were sick and you trying for her not to go. That one Nelson told me.
I hear Pastor Raymond.
I don't even know why I stay friends with this guy. I have no clue.
The man say he's sick. Just for the woman not to go. He said he's sick.
I'm very well.
Pastor Raymond, no comment.
So you got better now? You okay now?
I get what?
Are you okay now?
I was never.
My man, are you okay now? Oh, John Colley. That brother named John Colley.
John Colley is my brother-in-law.
All right, he called him, but I don't know how to add him. Hold on 1 minute. Hello?
Hey,
John. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Yeah, your brother-in-law sick. The man crying. He won't go with your sister. The man crying. The man say he's sick, John. The man say your sister shouldn't go.
I was just listening to you. I said, let me call it. So you also make fun of me. Nelson.
Yes, sir.
The man say you begging the man sister not to go. All right, we'll talk to your West. You will not go on, man. Let go. Let's leave the show.
So
yes, sir. Pastor Raymond.
You cannot make it without. You cannot make it. You cannot make it without Janetta. You begging a woman not to go.
Can I land? Nelson.
Yeah, Pastor Raymond.
Nelson.
Yes, sir.
Stanton. I am the pastor.
Of the
Lutheran Church.
The Lutheran Church.
The Redeemer.
All I want to be saying the man begging the woman not to go. The woman should have been like, bro, send the inauguration time the man crying. Anytime she says she won't go, he gets sick. Did I change ticket 3 times? But everybody leave me, man.
I'm the pastor.
The pastor did the church. Who did he cry? Who did he cry? But he did pastor.
The pastor.
Jewa. Jewa. Jewa, man, I beg you, but talk to your sister. Then she stay, yeah? I leave before they met down. Before she come out, the man will be dead. They're making him boil water for himself. That's a problem.
Why do I need to boil water for myself when people can boil water for me? I went to visit the mill, cooking air for me. Jewa, wash your mouth now.
The egg, the whole also almost burnt.
What you saw in my house? I am the pastor, so be careful what you say.
That's Raymond Collison.
Yes, sir.
It's always good to have you, man. Jay Watt, how's the family?
Family doing good.
Then go, man. Let's do the closing because Nelson got to go get ready for his show. Pastor, may the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord shine his face upon you. Till we meet again, have a good night.
You too, y'all be safe.
All right, Jay Watt. Okay, bye.
So Tonesio, you pray for the
I get a benediction, man. All right, Nelson, thank you. Have a good night, folks.
Yes, sir. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you across the world. Thanks for being here with us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. This is how we like to draw down the curtains on the show for tonight. We will be here tomorrow with another edition of Spoon Talk. All right. Thanks to all of you who have been following online, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and thanks to you as well on in Radio Lane. Of course, we've been on the Spoon Network, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. Thanks to Punch FM for relaying, Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier Radio in Bon County, and of course, Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County. We want to say thanks to all of you. They will come your way again. My name is Nelson Colette. Thanks to the CEO and the entire team. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Steve Bonder, let me say thanks for joining us. My own brother, Steve Bonder. It's good to have you on. Philip Bala, all of you, man, we appreciate you for being here with us. And thanks for watching Spoon TV. And don't forget, in case you have that special event coming up, you want to make that friend of yours, family member, or someone feel special. Maybe it's a birthday, an anniversary. You can reach out to us, of course, on the Spoon Talk. We'll be able to give out your birthday greetings and all of that. Or maybe you have your business. You want some maximum promotion. This is Liberia's biggest platform, both here in Liberia and in the diaspora. You want to promote your businesses and, get your services out there to those in need. Of course, this platform is just the best. It's where you come up. You can reach out and get those services onto you. We give you maximum promotion right here. All right. So thanks again for joining us. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. Liberia is all we have. So let's remember to keep the peace. Bye-bye for now.
We always stand tongue with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south and bend. Charging.